And then that was, thank you. And I was looking for places to learn about, I'm also new to New York, and so to learn more about like New York's data system, yeah.
Hello, everyone. If you have an open seat next to you, can you please raise your hand?
So much. Are you a speaker? Gotcha. Amazing.
Were you here for the events or it was just for this one? Yeah, because there's a few council members that are going to be at a few other events today as well. So there's, I didn't think there was going to be. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, right. Also, in 2 weeks, we're going to have a chance to meet with, preparing for the meeting, but it should be interesting because I think this is only, they had like no meetings for this for attending the schedule. And I'm just like, what's going on? Like, why are there, I think it's because of the budget. I don't know. She said,
Welcome, everyone. We will be getting started in 5 minutes. As you may notice, there are mics in front of you all. If you can please keep them muted. If the light is red, that means it is on. We also ask that you maybe put your devices on silent if it's possible so that it doesn't ring during any remarks. Thank you.
I'm just going to turn off this mic.
Also, if anyone needs a seat, I see an open seat here in the front, so feel free to take a seat. Welcome, everyone. Please feel free to get settled in. If you don't have a seat and would like to sit, there is an overflow room on the 4th floor in rooms 4204 and 4203. Oh, sorry, my bad. It is the 1st floor, room 1203 and rooms 1204. So if you haven't had a seat, you can sit there as well.
Oh yeah, I was planning to go to that.
Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Yeah,
Yeah, I might go now.
amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully I'll stick it out till 3:45.
Yeah.
We'll see how tired I get. He said this.
Good morning, everyone. It is now 10 a.m. and we'll be getting started. First off, I want to ask you all, how are you doing this morning? That's good to hear. I'm also doing great. Just to restate, if you haven't signed into the Wi-Fi for the auditorium, it is now on the screen and you can sign in there. We also ask that you mask up throughout the conference to keep a safe and healthy environment for all. As I mentioned before, there are mics in front of you. So if the light is red, that means it is on, and we ask that you turn it off until you need to use it. As mentioned before, if you don't have a seat and would like to take a seat, there is an overflow room in the 1st floor in rooms 1203 and 1204. So if you'd like to take a seat, you can go there. To now introduce myself, I've been standing here without saying my name. I'm Naima, Development and Strategy Manager at BetaNYC, and I'm privileged to speak alongside all of you here today. We want to begin with an acknowledgement of where we are. The BetaNYC acknowledges the land politically designated as New York City to be the homeland of the Lenape people, Lenape-Hoking, who were violently displaced as a result of European settler colonialism. We respect and honor the histories of the indigenous First Nations people who continue to inhabit and protect the land on which we live. It is noted in the book, The Island at the Center of the World, that the Lenape people believe that if no one could own the air nor the sea, how could anyone own the land? New York City is home to over 115,000 intertribal, Native American, First Nations, and indigenous peoples, the largest out of any urban city across Turtle Island. Some who have been born here with family roots in New York and the areas surrounding nations that go back for generations. Others have come to New York City to find what they couldn't find anywhere else, each one contributing to the rich and diverse culture that is the New York City's urban Native community today. We at BetaNYC pay respect to all Native peoples, past, present, and future. We offer our care and gratitude to the indigenous people of many nations who continue to act as stewards of the land, and encourage you all to learn more about these vibrant communities among us. Now, to give a background of myself, I want to start by grounding us in this moment we are here today. We are in a momentous time on No King's Day in Women's History Month. For many of us, it has also been a season of spiritual devotion alongside the beginning of spring, signaling the new year for many of us. All of this invites reflection and community. And we are here in New York City, the greatest city in the world, but a place that is constantly changing and constantly asking us to keep up. When I was invited to speak today, I was told to bring my authentic self, but to be honest, it was a little bit complicated. What does it mean to be authentic when you've spent so much of your life code switching and adapting, making yourself more palatable just to navigate spaces safely? Growing up, I often felt the need to minimize parts of my identity so I wouldn't inconvenience or confuse others. Even small things like fasting, like I did this past month during Ramadan, became something to quietly manage rather than openly share. But a couple of weeks ago, something simple but meaningful happened. I had the privilege of attending the inauguration of Manhattan Borough President Brad Hoylman-Siegel. Dates were provided for all of us who were fasting by their office. It was a small gesture, but it stayed with me. I think about that a lot, how visibility does not always come from grand gestures and big declarations. Sometimes it comes from small intentional acts that tell you that you belong here. And now I find myself here as a baby in the Williamsburg waterfront, cradled in my mom's arms just a few months after she immigrated to the city. And here as a born and bred New Yorker, a Bangladeshi Muslim woman, a part of Generation Z, standing in front of a room of civic technologists, something I never imagined, especially at a moment when New York City is now led by a fellow South Asian Muslim mayor, Mayor Zohran Mamdani. Being seen starts with being considered. It starts with someone asking who is here, what do they need, and have we made room for them? That is also the question at the heart of data. Data is a collection of choices about what gets counted, how things are defined, and what gets left out. And these choices are shaped by power. And that matters even more now, as artificial intelligence accelerates faster than many of us can fully process, which means this moment is not only about innovation, but about responsibility. Because the reality is we are not just working with data sets. We are working with people's lives, with neighborhoods, with histories, with communities that have often been overlooked or misrepresented. There's a lot happening in this world right now. There's uncertainty about what kind of world we are actually building. And I think that is why this space, School of Data, where we're all here today, matters so much, because data is not separate from any of that. And in a moment like this, when people are pushing back against systems that concentrate power, when people are demanding to be seen and heard, our work takes on a different weight. Data can reinforce those systems or it can challenge them. And that is why all of you being here matters, because you are not just data users, you are not just analysts or technologists or students, you are stewards of how this city is understood. So I hope you continue to ask better questions, notice what is missing, bring in perspectives that have not been considered, and insist that the work we do does not just describe the world, but helps improve it. I ask you to stay curious, but also stay critical. Let us not just build better data. Let us build a city and a world where everyone can see themselves in it, and in the midst of any confusion, turmoil, or doubt you may have, or you may be feeling in this moment, let the premonition of, we love you, Orion. Let the premonition of fellow South Asian woman, not Muslim, Arundhati Roy cut through. Another world is not only possible, she is on her way. Now it is my pleasure to introduce, is she here in the room with us? Yes, she is. It is now my pleasure to introduce a big supporter of BetaNYC's work and phenomenal partner, a former tech worker, and also someone deeply invested in creating an equitable public interest technology workforce. Can I give a round of applause for New York State Senator Kristen Gonzalez? Good morning. This mic is on.
Amazing. Thank you. Good morning. How's everyone feeling? Good. I will say, I was hanging out in the back because when I came up, I saw that we had not only a packed auditorium, but an overflow room this year. How amazing is that, and a testament to the work, and can we give a big round of applause to BetaNYC and Noel and his team. I also see Noel, who, by the way, is a constituent, one of my favorite constituents. but with his beautiful family in Orion, and I see, hi guys. Also, I remember this is my 4th year doing this, so I remember when Orion was much smaller in the first year. But I just wanted to say thank you, as always, for having me here. I took office in 2023, I ran in 2022, and for the last 4 years have chaired the Internet and Technology Committee. As you've heard, I was a former tech worker. I was a product manager at American Express. I was working on their big data platform and very much not planning on running for office, but like many of you, was very involved in my community. And during that time, it was the pandemic, and I was part of Mutual Aid NYC, and we actually used the power of open data to create a map of the city. We mapped out food pantries, we mapped out nonprofits, we mapped out community organizations and churches to share them with mutual aid groups across the city to make sure that people knew where they could seek help. And in getting involved through that, I also helped launch an Internet for All initiative with the Democratic Socialists of America, who I am a proud Democratic Socialist in office. And so it feels very full circle to have started there and then be working in my district. I represent right here in Long Island City, in addition to Astoria, Northern Brooklyn, and then the east side of Manhattan. And this year, be working with our new mayor, Zohran Mamdani, on what it looks like to have a positive vision for open data and also public service technology. So I just wanted to say thank you again for having me, this full circle moment. But this is predating me, predating the Zohran administration. I actually am aware that this is the 10-year anniversary, which is huge for Open Data, School of Data. And clearly it has grown so much over these 10 years. And even before that, it's actually a celebration of the anniversary 14 years ago of the Open Data law being passed and signed. And actually that law is the strongest in the country. So this is part of a much longer journey, and it's so inspiring to see it continue. But School of Data, of course, marks the beginning of Open Data Week, another important tradition. Open Data Week coincides with the anniversary, as I mentioned, and it's about so much more than celebrating the law. So much of our daily lives take place in the digital world, which means our actions create lots of data. We are not allowed to have a relationship with the data that we create. When it comes to commercial services, most users will never get the chance to review the data that relates to them or to correct it if it's incorrect. And there is no duty for data owners to delete information that relates to them. On the other hand, Open Data Week events tell you how to access public data, give you ideas on how to use that data, and demonstrate how open data has improved public life and enriched research projects. Open data is a model of returning control and the benefits of data back to those who created it, or to those who it pertains. Everybody here understands how important and valuable that is. That's why I am committed to moving forward with some proposals in our state government. And today I wanted to tell you a little bit about not only how we've worked at the city level, as I mentioned, but at the state level to bring the power of data back to all of you. The first proposal I want to speak about is on data brokers. Data brokers are the online intermediaries that aggregate personal information from publicly available and purchased data to build and sell user profiles. Data broker customers include the federal government, financial institutions, and marketing firms. Data brokers enable harms that span the gamut from annoying marketing text to terrifying attacks at data subjects' homes. In this year's budget, we are advancing a proposal that would require all data brokers to register with the government, to allow users to make a legally binding request to have any stored data from all data brokers deleted through a single request, and impose data security requirements on these firms. It's huge. Thanks, Noah. Data brokers are often subject to cyber breaches, yet have little incentive to protect the data that they store. A recent Wired report showed that data broker breaches are responsible for over $20 billion in identity theft losses. A second proposal that I am extremely proud to share with you all is the AI Literacy Act. This would create a program where schools and community organizations can apply for funding for AI literacy programming in their institutions. Funding would be awarded based on need so that the schools that need to catch up in providing basic technology education are prioritized. A recent report by the Center for an Urban Future found that there is a lot of work to do in New York State when it comes to technology education. That report found that New York ranked 37th in the country in offering foundational computer science education. Against this backdrop, AI risks exacerbating the already massive digital divide that exists. If effective AI use can only be acquired through use and experimentation, we need to ensure all students can experiment with and learn about AI. Open Data Week is about asserting our control over our data. School of Data is about putting that control to good use. I could not be more supportive of these objectives that I am trying to expand statewide, particularly towards groups that have been historically marginalized. I welcome the support of all of you on these priorities, both of which are considered part of the state budget. If you support data broker regulation or the AI Literacy Act, certainly welcome you all to get in touch with our office, to reach out to the governor. But in sharing all of this with you, I kind of wanted to add another layer of insight from behind the scenes. Over the last 4 years, I have seen our state government be run and mostly responsive to lobbyists. I've seen tech companies pour millions of dollars into opposing regulation that expands our power or public vision for what our power could be over our own data. And I've even had business companies and corporations come to me and say that they actually don't really believe in open data in the same way, that they believe that this is a model for making money, that we should be selling our data off to the private sector. And so I say this because you all in this room have immense power. You have immense power as part of the School of Data, as part of this network, but really to lobby your city government and your state government to take some of that influence away from the lobbyists and the corporations and bring it back to all of us. Because we know that our data isn't just for profit. It shouldn't just be used for a few. It should really be used by all of us and for positive public service use cases, which Noelle has been on the forefront of for years, whether it's things like mapping our public goods, like park benches, or supporting city council offices with their constituent services. There are so many ways we could be using our data to really benefit all of us, and I want to make sure that that is where we continue investing and certainly not listen to some of the more negative things that I've heard. So I offer this as a reminder that it's not just about electeds like myself. I also want to shout out another incredible elected I see in the room, the chair of the Technology Committee in City Council. Can we give a big round of applause to Carmen de la Rosa? But we certainly, it's not just about us and our committees. We can't do it alone. We need you. And now more than ever, 4 years in, I will tell you, the other side has gone a lot better and a lot quicker and a lot smarter when it comes to tech policy. So thank you for spending your time. You could be anywhere else, but you've chosen to be here as part of Open Data Week, as part of the School of Data. And I look forward to continuing this fight with you, supporting BetaNYC. And with that, I certainly want to give another big round of applause to also CUNY Law and institutions like this that put out public interest lawyers who also want to do this type of work, and for hosting us today. So thank you. Thanks. All right. With that, I think I'm going to pass it back. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Senator Kristen Gonzalez, for your work and your empowering words. Now it is my pleasure to call up to the stage a new supporter of BetaNYC's work, Mia's mom, a resident of Inwood, and a former Assembly member, Council Member Carmen de la Rosa. And as Kristen Gonzalez mentioned, the new chair of the Council Technology Committee.
Well, first of all, I have to say that it's kind of like our ancestors' wildest dreams, that we're up here, 3 women of color, sort of opening up this day. I want to thank first Naima for sharing your story, being vulnerable, sharing your mother's legacy, and of course, Senator Kristen Gonzalez. Thank you for the work you're doing in Albany, and 2 Latinas leading in tech. Could you imagine that? I would be remiss if I also didn't take the time to thank Noel for being so welcoming and his team for putting all of this together. I also have to thank and shout out the OG Tech Chair in the City Council, Madam Gail Brewer. who is the architect of the open data law, and also someone that I look up to because of her dedication to open government. It's an honor to join you today and the New York City School of Data, BetaNYC, and reInvent Albany, alongside all of you, leaders, thought leaders, advocates, technology experts, students, and maybe even some technologically curious new guests. In this moment, when the role of data and technology in our democracy is way more urgent, this is a moment about whether a mother in Washington Heights, the district that I represent, can find a childcare seat so that she can go back to work and her child can have access to quality educational opportunities, or a tenant in Brooklyn can understand their rights before facing displacement, or a small business owner in Queens can access digital tools and capacity that they need in order to make sure their business can survive. It is important that we understand that when we talk about public interest technology, we are really talking about power. Who has it? Who builds it? Who benefits from it? And who has been left out for far too long because data is not neutral. In the City Council, we see every day how technology can either widen inequities or help close them, such as funding STEM programs in our public schools, internet connectivity at our public housing sites, and computer classes in libraries. We've seen systems that promise efficiency but deliver exclusion, algorithms that replicate bias, platforms that are technically open but functionally inaccessible to the very communities that they're meant to serve. Across New York City, hundreds of thousands of households still lack reliable broadband at home. In lower income neighborhoods, residents are significantly more likely to rely on mobile-only internet access, which limits their ability to fill out job applications, access city service, or participate in remote learning. It is in these challenges that the collective work lies, our collective work. We also know that digital literacy is uneven. Many New Yorkers, especially seniors, immigrant communities, and working class families do not have the training or the support needed to navigate an increasingly digital government system. Language access remains a barrier. Nearly half of New Yorkers speak a language other than English at home. And for many, the city platforms are still not fully accessible in the languages that they need. And when we look at the tech workforce, well, we know what those inequities persist. Black and Latino New Yorkers remain significantly underrepresented in tech jobs, while women, especially women of color, continue to face barriers to entry and advancement in that sector. It is in these challenges that, as the collective, we must also see opportunities. We have the opportunity to build a digital city that is not only more modern, but also more just, where language access, disability access, and digital literacy are not afterthoughts, but a starting point. Our communities cannot afford to be passive recipients of technology. We must co-create, because the closest to the challenges are those that are closest to finding the solutions. And through the work of the Council's technology efforts, we are asking hard questions about how procurement, data governance, and digital infrastructure can be leveraged to not just for innovation, but also for inclusion. What would it look like if we treated technology as a public good? Digital literacy is as essential as infrastructure, and community-based organizations are key partners in the technology design of our city. The systems shaping our lives should be accountable to all of us. So during that Open Data Week, which we're celebrating today, we are building that connection between data and justice. Our technological future should belong to all of us. So let's ensure that our advancement are not just in innovation, but also in inclusion, in equity, and that they are responsible. So it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you for having me. I know that it's a long day. We heard this goes till 6 o'clock. So I know that you're gonna get a lot of material here today. The call to action, and I think we heard the senator sort of echo this as well, is for you all to engage, to participate, to make sure that we're holding corporations that seek to make money and profit off of our communities accountable, but also hold government accountable for where we're failing to safeguard our data. Thank you so much for having me, and it's a pleasure to be here today.
Thank you so much, Councilmember De La Rosa. Now it is my pleasure to introduce a technology comrade in city government, New York City's Associate Commissioner of the Office of Data Analytics, Mr. Tayab Walker.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Tayab Walker. I'm Associate Commissioner at the New York City Office of Technology and Innovation, where I help oversee the Office of Data Analytics, New York City's central office for data, and the home of New York City's premier open data program. It is my great honor to be here today to speak to you all at the opening of School of Data in a very special week, this 10th anniversary of this thing we call Open Data Week Festival. It's been a special week. It has been one that, you know, as we close it out, I believe it is fair to say it's been our biggest one yet, with over 80 events scheduled. We've had an art exhibit, we've had a film series for the first time, we've had crafting workshops, treasure hunts, and much, much more. So coming here today to give these opening remarks, I tried to kind of think of something smart to say, and I couldn't. So you know, when we talk about being authentic self, part of my authentic self is just sentimental, sappy, and corny. And if you don't mind, I'm going to be sentimental, sappy, and corny today. Every time I kind of reflected on the week, I kept landing on two words: joy and gratitude. Joy, just watching, the sort of expression of joy around the use of public data, and, you know, to see so many people kind of involved in it, and this kind of effort and endeavor over the past year, and see it kind of accumulate as it has over the week, the way in which New Yorkers engage with public data, the way they see it, the way they use it, has been kind of a joyful experience. And in many of our cases, in sort of our 9-to-5s, we don't often get to associate the word joy with work. Over the past 15 years, for those of you who don't know me, I've been really kind of focused in city government in the health and human space, health and human services space, working to kind of build better bridges for data sharing, and really thinking about how technology can be leveraged to build really privacy-preserving solutions to accelerate, you know, to help with this, and towards good use cases in service of some of the city's most vulnerable residents. I have a reputation when I have walked into city agencies. People know what I'm coming about. They know what I'm asking about. These are tough conversations. It's tough data to deal with. When I come in, I feel personally, I can see it in the look on their eyes. People do, you know, it's almost like agencies give you this sort of their version of the hide your kids, hide your wife type of situation. It's, you know, it's like hide your systems, hide your data, here comes Tayab. Yes, here I come, and we're gonna talk, and it's gonna be good, and we do good work. And through that, through kind of working through these conversations, I am proud to say, you know, I have been part of a number of initiatives that have helped New Yorkers get access to public benefits and services, have helped agencies kind of outreach to the city's most vulnerable and new and kind of engaging ways, and build technology to provide and help create service interventions for very high needs residents within the city of New York. All of this has provided me sort of a quiet joy over the years. There are no parties, no festivals when we kind of build these things. There's just a satisfaction in kind of building this work toward the public good. And so with that, you know, it's kind of a big contrast to come in this week and, you know, I walk in a room and strangers thank me. And that's a weird feeling, to be thanked for the work that I do. I have been hugged, mutually consented, appropriately distanced. I have been hugged this week. And I have received more applause than I can't count how many years. And you know what I realized? I like it when people clap for me. So with all of this, I have, and throughout this week, this sort of personal quiet joy that I have had has been connecting with other shared joy and building this sort of collective joy throughout the week. And it is, it kind of goes without saying that, whether or not you are kind of a serious statistician, data scientist, an artist expressing your work through data, or sort of cornball like me. There has been kind of a shared, joy, and it's a great thing that through this week, this one time in the year, that you can be kind of who you are in this work, and we can kind of sing the praises that may not sometimes often get sung in our kind of daily life. Now with that, I'm gonna turn to gratitude. And it is with gratitude, and here's where I do my Oscar speech. It is with gratitude to thank our partners over the year who have made this happen. BetaNYC, Data Through Design. A big shout out to CUNY that has offered this space and several other spaces throughout the week. A big shout out to our event organizers, our hosts, volunteers, presenters, speakers, and the like. City agencies and offices that have participated, helped put this together, have presented their work in many ways. And of course, I'd like to really kind of thank those, if you don't know or you do know, that within every city agency and office, there is what we call an open data coordinator. And these 3,000 data sets that you see online, that 6 billion rows, it starts at an agency, and typically it is through the hard work of these open data coordinators and many other folks in that agency who have published this that make it happen. If we have any open data coordinators in the audience today, please raise your hand. If you're not an open data coordinator, but you have helped bring published data for your agency to the public, raise your hand. And so here, whether or not we get the praises or the songs of praise within our daily work, you're going to get them here. And I have to make a big shout out to my colleagues in the Office of Data Analytics, our open data teams, Zach, Ariana, Alex, Michael, Kay, and Claudia. I don't know if you're around here, but please wave or do something so you can. And a shout out to everyone in our office who has helped kind of put this together, including our colleagues Oliver, who has the master of all things in the office and has helped put many of these presentations together, as well as Nathan Story, who, when I talked about that film series, it was first of a kind, he really helped kind of put that together. So a big shout out to the folks in our office who have helped do it. So with that having been said, I just have to, it would be remiss if I don't sort of close out this gratitude with a really kind of special gratitude to two individuals, two of which this whole festival would not be here today and would not be what it is had it not been for sort of their brain trust 10 years ago. And I'm talking about our very own Noel Hidalgo and Adrian Schmoker, who was the city's former deputy chief analytics officer. And with that, I'm really honored to share the following formal recognition from the city of New York to mark the 10th year anniversary. And if you will indulge me, I'm going to read some text. Okay. Whereas meaningful government accountability and transparency are prerequisites to an administration that truly delivers for residents of the 5 boroughs. To accomplish this goal, it is crucial that all New Yorkers be empowered with the knowledge and skills to use data sets for gaining access to and properly utilizing information on everything from traffic conditions, restaurant inspections, and crime and traffic statistics to trees planted, snow plowed, and streets paved. That is why the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics and BetaNYC, a civic organization dedicated to improving lives through civic design, data, and technology, partnered in 2017 to co-found the New York City Open Data Week Festival in celebration of the passage of 2012's Open Data Law. Whereas my team and I are committed to ensuring that every resident of our metropolis can benefit from the added transparency of information by bringing together activists, entrepreneurs, public servants, teachers, and tens and thousands of New Yorkers, including civic technology leader Adrian Schmoker, formerly the city's Deputy Chief Analytics Officer at the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics, and Noel Hidalgo, Executive Director of the civic tech nonprofit BetaNYC, to share with, learn from one another, and celebrate the wealth of data that the city is legally mandated to publish by default. Since then, the Open Data team, now part of MODA at the New York City Office of Technology and Innovation, has worked with agencies and their open data coordinators to identify, structure, document, and publish this information, resulting in, as of March 2026, more than 6.3 billion rows of publicly available data. Whereas New York is proud to be a leader in providing our residents with the best possible access to public data and information, which we believe is critical to creating a better and stronger future for the 5 boroughs through the work of MODA and OTI and the invaluable contributions of individuals and community partners, we are advancing our vision of open data for all and ensuring that all people can better access important data sets and use them to help drive our city's progress. Now, therefore, I, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, Mayor of the City of New York, do hereby proclaim Saturday, March 28th, 2026 in the City of New York as Open Data Week Day. And that official proclamation comes with a prop. Here you go.
Thank you.
Presenting you with the official proclamation.
We'll take an official photo. Thank you so much.
And that wraps up my conclusion. Applause. Thank you.
We're going to do a photo afterward. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tayab Walker. It is an honor to have you here and present this award to BetaNYC and Noel Hidalgo. Now it is my honor to call up the man of the hour, Orion's father, long data and technology steward and advocate, and a man of many hobbies, Executive Director of BetaNYC, Mr. Noel Hidalgo.
Thank you, Naima.
All right, everyone, 1 second. My name is Noel. I'd like to say welcome to the deaf audience members. I actually have 2 jobs. My first job is I am the father of a deaf son. And my second job, I'm actually the executive director for BetaNYC. And right now, I'm saying, excuse me, now I will let the the interpreter do their job. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Wasn't Naima's introduction amazing? If you haven't been with us since 2016, if you have been with us since 2016, you'll know that in this galaxy, we are that little speck of dust. And in these halls, small things matter. Everyone deserves to be loved, and everyone is welcomed. Today, we give thanks to all who have labored to give us the opportunity to gather, eat, and commune with each other. We give thanks to our ancestral mothers who fought for and continue to fight for universal suffrage and human rights. We also pay respect to the indentured servants and the enslaved people who were brought here to these lands to build the city that we know today. Our fight for the future is not siloed. Equality, equity, and opportunity are all interconnected. We must never forget that the universe is inside all of us. And to paraphrase the great Sagan, the nitrogen in our DNA, the calcium in our teeth, the iron in our blood were made in collapsing stars. We are made of star stuff. Today, you are all stars. And with that, welcome, universe. Thank you so much to Jolly and Pam at iSoc.live for making these Mainstage sessions available to stream. We wouldn't be able to stream without their ongoing dedicated labor and support. We also thank reInvent Albany for advocating for transparent and accountable New York government and supporting today's conference. We give special thanks to Duncan and Jordan, who have spearheaded the production of Today and Tomorrow. Please give them a round of applause. Never have we ever had so many people come. We've already burned through our coffee, and we apologize. We've already run out of masks for tomorrow. So if you're coming back tomorrow, please bring your mask. We will try to find more. Second, we give thanks to the CUNY law staff and crew who are taking care of us for the next 2 days. Let's make their lives easy by viewing their home as our home. Third, I want to thank the amazing BetaNYC team and associate board members for making today possible. We truly would not be here without them. We want to thank all of our great Open Data Week partners. We could not exist, nor could we do the work that we do without OTI, Data Through Design, Fund for the City of New York, BRIC, and CUNY Law School. We want to thank all of the School of Data and BetaNYC sponsors who make today special and everyday special possible. Particularly, we want to give shout outs to SVA's new data visualization team that is behind you. If you are looking to go and get a master's degree in data visualization, go talk to them. And right next to them is also our wonderful team at Tandon NYU. They are also looking to level you up in the skills. We also want to give a huge shout out to Civil for sponsoring Nava for sponsoring our childcare, and Hayden AI, amazing supporters of today's work. Thank you. Thank you to the volunteers who make today and tomorrow possible. These are the 80+ names of all of these volunteers. Can we give them a round of applause? If you're a volunteer who's in this room, can you raise your hand? Just to see you. Thank you, thank you. We have over 140 speakers today. These are the wonderful people who you are going to learn from. Thank you for sharing your work and helping create community with us. If you're a speaker in this room, please raise your hand. Awesome. And now for some conference logistics. I promise you we will get out of here in 3 minutes. We're minimizing paper, and we ask that you visit the schedule. Some schedule changes have been made. You should have received an email if you were registered for a session that got canceled. At lunchtime, please grab 1 box per person. We have many minds and bellies to feed, and we hope that we bought enough for everyone. There are food carts outside if you need supplemental nourishment. Note that the first 60 people to our off-site happy hour will get a free drink, and there's some rules to get that. But before we get there, I want to say please be respectful. We believe that everyone has a place at our events. Equality, community, and equity are all core components of building a vibrant civic hacker community. By attending this event, you are committing yourself to BetaNYC's code of conduct. And if you don't respect us, we're gonna ask you to respectfully get out of here. Some community care notes. Accessible seating is available in all rooms. They are clearly indicated closest to the presenter. If somebody asks for that seat and you have the opportunity to give that seat to them, please do so. Please be courteous. Please do not question or challenge anyone's use of those seats, as accessibility needs are not always visible. Should our ASL interpreters and deaf attendee need space, please accommodate them at the front of the class. If you have any accessibility needs, please see a volunteer in a blue shirt and we will help take care of you. We know that today can be overwhelming. Some of these topics are very sensitive. Quiet rooms are available to anyone who needs a low stimulation space to rest, regulate, or take a break during the conference. They're located in room 2117 and 2118. Please respect those rooms. Additionally, some of you who want to communicate with higher powers, we have a space for you as well to pray, and that is located next to the cafe. If you see a service animal, please treat that dog as if it is on the job. That means no petting, no calling out, no trying to get its attention. Please respect it as if it is on duty and working. We have a pretty strict photo policy. Our volunteers are instructed to know how to navigate through our photo policy. Please note that black lanyards means that you have given your tacit consent for photos. If you're wearing a red lanyard, we will be blurring out your photos. If someone is wearing a red lanyard and you want to take a photo of them, please ask for consent. If you need help, there is a help desk on the 3rd floor. You can also visit the check-in desk or talk to somebody in a blue shirt. If you are older than 21 and joining us for closing refreshments, you will need to show government-issued ID for a wristband to get one of those 60 free drinks. Look for volunteers wearing BetaNYC t-shirts or high-vis vests to direct you to the 3rd floor or to the check-in desk to give you that handout, to give you that wristband. Starting at 12:15, our gift shop, our 2nd-year gift shop, will be open on the 3rd floor. You can support our weekly newsletter and our mapping classes by donating. We have some amazing brand new tote bags. No King's Day, so you do not have to go out and march and stand in the cold. You can support our work and celebrate your viewpoint on democracy here today and tomorrow. You can carry it home. The prices are different here. They're lower here than if you were to donate online, so that's a little hint. Help us not carry everything back to the office. And with that, I want to introduce you to the longest-serving open Chief Analytics Officer from the City of New York, who is now in private practice. For hire, Martha Norick, who will be today's live stream host, who I'm just gonna ask her to come up and say hi, because we're at time and we're about to kick off the rest of the day. Martha, you wanna come up and say hi?
Hello. So nice to see you all. I'm honored to be serving as today's live stream Master of Ceremonies, but I think this means that we now have the transition period between being in this room and being in whatever room you would like to be in next. So go out there, go find those last drips of coffee and have a great day. It's so great to see you all. Happy Open Data Week.
Is it good being on the more higher side versus the?
Hold on a second.
Oh no way! Hi.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. got to speak again today.
I know. I was just, it was like, it was necessary. It was like, getting recognition.
So,
Yeah. Seeing a lot of great happy work, like, you're doing a good job, really happy with that. And then also the stories in the end. It's the embargoed version. But they didn't give me a ton of time. I'm feeling two together.
yeah.
So definitely happy to hear from that and you guys like talk about that. I also have some follow up with
Yeah, you could connect directly because I'm taking the lead on that one, like actually, but they want to talk to you about they're trying to coordinate with you on that too, yeah.
We're just kind of worried about I mean, it sounds like well-intentioned with the predators.
Oh, Andrew's Stop Online Predators one?
Yes. So, because what I'm worried about is it sounds like a big benefit for data brokers in the long run because you look at over in the UK how they're doing page verification and everybody's just using ATMs instead. And so my worry is that, I mean, like for credit cards,
Hi.
Test.
That's your jam.
Test. Test.
Hi. Yeah.
Say hi.
Which is good. This is what
Although, like, I went to school in Boston.
Test. 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 Test.
He's like, and so like, I remember like, we were just like talking about something, and we were both just like, yeah, if I was in the dark, I would just like, it's like, doesn't really matter. Oh, it's like, it would still be like nice, and it was true, like, so it was very funny, because I was like, I think that kind of thing is happening more now, because there's like a couple other people it was funny because we were like actually another girl that he had, but I didn't. She like showed up and she didn't know I was there.
All right. We're going to get started here in a minute. So if you are here for the 11 a.m. Digital Equity panel, please find a seat or find a comfortable place to stand or find whatever you would prefer, wherever your permanent home for the next hour shall be.
I'm going to take this one.
Perfect. Great choice.
When you walk off stage,
Yes.
you see where this says, we're essentially going to toggle back and forth between these lines. So just hit that, and that'll make it bright.
All right. 1 minute. 1 minute to go. Countdown. 60 seconds. We are so on time. This has never been so on time in my experience.
Never been this punctual. I appreciate all of the attendees for making it punctual.
All right, live stream, are we good? All right, sweet. Welcome everybody to the 11 a.m. panel titled From Connectivity to Connection, Transforming Digital Equity into Action. We have three excellent panelists and a well-known excellent moderator here today. And I hope you all enjoy the session.
Thank you very much, Martha. My name is Noel Hidalgo. He, him are my pronouns, Executive Director of BetaNYC. I have 3 amazing panelists. Can you see us out there? Now we can adjust the lights for everybody. Great. We have Councilmember Gutierrez. Woohoo, thank you. We have Paolo Balboa and Joshua Breitbart. So in the session description, it says we will be moving beyond the headlines to examine the architecture of NYC's digital divide. We will explore existing programs and outline new legislative mandates. We will explore how the city is attempting to dismantle the digital redlining that has left neighborhoods offline for decades. Thank you, ChatGPT. I'm serious. I actually use ChatGPT a lot in these moderating sessions because, it's a very... No, I felt that it would be an excellent opportunity to figure out how, the robots can help us with language, and it was effective. And I compared that with some Gemini AI results, and ChatGPT won out. So, it saved me time. I know that I probably burned a few forests in the same time. Sorry. So we're going to start off with a question that goes to all speakers. Can you hit this red? So first of all, we're going to ask each one of the panelists, what brings you hope in this conversation around digital equity? First, I'm going to go to Councilmember Jennifer Gutierrez, author of the New York City Council Intro 1122-2024. Which is the Internet Master Plan law, and former chair of the Technology Committee.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you all for wanting to be here. Something that brings me hope, I read this question, what brings you hope? And I was like, my kids. But now in context, in the form of for digital equity, I think something that brings me hope is the activation that I see from my community on the ground. A big reason why I wanted to sponsor the particular bill that Noel referenced, which is resurrecting the Internet Master Plan, was just everyday people who lived in public housing, people who lived across the street from my office, people who lived down the block who really liked that I cared about broadband. And I don't mean this to diminish anything about them, but these are just regular, hardworking, middle class, low income sometimes folks who depend on their phones, who depend on access, who really want the best for their children, and now their children depend on needing at least access at the very least, even if they don't have the equipment, they want the access to it. So I think the hope for me is that people are really engaged, and because of very many dynamics, people are engaged in many different levels for many different things, but when it comes to equity, when it comes to access, when it comes to universal broadband, that hope for me comes from my community because they're the ones asking for it.
Excellent, thank you. I'm now going to move to Joshua Breitbart, Senior Vice President of New York State's Connect All, and under Bill de Blasio, Mayor Bill de Blasio, the Special and then later Senior Advisor for Broadband in the Mayor's Office. What gives you hope?
Thank you, and thank you, Noel, for moderating this, and for everybody at BetaNYC for this event. Last time I was here was February 2020, actually just after the first Internet Master Plan had come out, and just before the internet became something that was undeniably essential for everybody in every community, and those disparities became just so stark and apparent. The thing that gives me hope now, building on what the council member says, is not only have we, have somebody who spent more than 2 decades, trying to get this topic to have airtime and mobilizing resources and advocating for community members, then being in city government and then being in state government, is that we now all agree that we have to do something and maintain concerted effort. And it's just really a question of how. The thing that really gives me hope is that in New York, we have this incredible alignment from at the state level, the governor, the legislature, the attorney general, our office at Empire State Development, through regional partners, local government, county governments, and including with this legislation and the team at OTI, the other partners we work with at other city agencies, just the capacity and resources and programs to actually do the work. And I will say that that is not something that every other state has. I work regularly with my counterparts in state offices all across the country, and many of them do not have the full support of their legislature, their governor, do not have engaged local partners across their state, do not have a civic tech ecosystem and set of partners like we see convene at conferences like this because of the work that you've been doing over the past decade. The fact that we have that alignment, those resources, the programs in place, and this mandate from City Council in New York City gives me tremendous hope of what we're going to be able to advance in these coming years here in New York.
Wonderful, thank you. And now to a former advocate, but now internal government advocate. I mean, all 3 of them are advocates, but Paulo Balboa is the Chief Digital Equity Officer for the City of New York, and he was previously the Associate Director of Local Support at the NDIA, National Digital Inclusion Alliance, where he worked with local and regional governments to develop and implement digital equity strategies. What brings you hope?
What brings me hope? It's a good question. I was thinking on this morning as well. I was like, well, it's spring, the trees are budding, that gives me hope on one hand. Having done this work at the national level for several years before joining the city government last year, what I was able to see echoing Josh's comment is that other ecosystems, other municipalities, regions, states don't have the body of work that I can just build on, right? Sorry to sound saccharine early on, but I'm truly, standing on the shoulders of giants here. Josh has built up a great framework for us to not only steward, but also iterate on. I want to bring what I was doing at the national level and figure out, okay, what works in Nevada, for instance? What works in Boston? And what can we apply to New York so that we're not reinventing the wheel? So what gives me hope is the fact that when I'm talking about this stuff, that there's actually people here who are here to listen. I remember when we were doing conferences like this in Kansas City 10 years ago, we were in the public library space and it was a room of 30 people. Now to have a conference where there are people showing up, thank you to Noel for featuring digital equity on the main stage, right? And also to hear elected officials echoing the sentiments of digital equity, the importance of broadband connection, but also the importance of community and collaboration and partnerships to further that work. I think it gives me a lot of encouragement because it seems like everyone's starting to get it. The question now is, how do we do it, and how do we do it intentionally? And with the council members, the law that the council member authored, we have an excellent opportunity to do this and do it right. And that gives me a lot of hope. It's going to be hard, but we'll get into that a little bit today. So.
Excellent, thank you. So we're gonna frame this. By the way, this session on digital equity is something that we've had as an undercurrent throughout School of Data, and over the next few years, we're really hoping to amplify digital equity, AI, digital literacy, as well as just broader conversations around data and service design throughout this conference. So maybe if you have a good idea on how the conference name can change, bring it to us. Ask ChatGPT, maybe. I don't know. So we're going to frame this conversation, starting to frame it from a 2022 piece of legislation that was passed called the Wired Act, which has dedicated over $1 billion to transform digital infrastructure. 2 years later, New York State then released its digital equity plan following a comprehensive statewide engagement process and, ironically enough, federal approval. Josh, what is the approach to the state's digital equity plan, and what data is it using to inform its understanding?
Yeah, so the Digital Equity Plan was part of the mandate from the Digital Equity Act, which was federal legislation passed in 2021, part of the bipartisan infrastructure law, and it dedicated funding for broadband infrastructure and broadband adoption programs under the Digital Equity Act. We proceeded to implement the plan, and the way New York approached it was through extensive community engagement, so listening sessions in every region of the state and in every borough in the city, working with partners and coalitions to do focus groups and collect survey data and build up that engagement infrastructure as part of the data collection process. What has changed significantly since that time is that the federal program was canceled by the current administration, and then the governor recommitted New York to proceeding with implementing the plan using state funding. And now we're really in a moment also, though, where it's really sort of time to renew that engagement and renew the data collection. And I think the work that's happening here in New York City and the way that we can partner with the city can serve as a model for that refresh. But the principle that remains or the principles that remain are, it's a comprehensive look. It's understanding the market factors, the infrastructure, the goals that communities have for how they want to use the internet, and the barriers that they face that are specific to each community, and then the principle that it is a partnership that works at the local level, because the state is never going to have the type of local relationships that a council member or a library branch or a local government has. And so continuing to invest in and cultivate that collaboration and that infrastructure, that social and government collaboration infrastructure that works all the way from the local to the state, so that resources and authority that exist at the state level can be tailored to the specific circumstances in each broadband market, in each community, through that partnership.
So our local tax dollars that are ending up at the state are then supporting a broad initiative to ensure that local municipalities have those resources to develop what they need to address digital equity. And each one of their solutions is going to look a little bit different from another municipality based upon the texture and the communities that are there. How is this response different than where we were 20 years ago when you first started this work?
Well, even 10 years ago, we've seen dramatic changes. As I was starting to say, even just in the last 6 years. Some of the things that, again, have changed is, well, one is I think we're no longer, first of all, everybody understands government has a role. Once upon a time, we debated whether government has a role in this or whether it's something that we leave to the private market. Nobody that I speak to now thinks you just leave it to the private market and it's solved for everybody. And it's really just a question of what is the government role. And again, we've got a range of programs. So one of our programs is using federal funding from the American Rescue Plan Act that was approved in January 2024. By the end of this year, we'll have invested nearly $300 million in public infrastructure programs across the state. No other state has a program like that, and to move $300 million into an effort like that, responsive to the needs of local government, sometimes it's municipal internet service, public-private partnerships, open access networks that multiple internet service providers can share. Within a 3-year time span to implement that $300 million effort is transformative. And so again, the resources we have are just totally different. The authority from the Wired Act, when we did the first Internet Master Plan, there was no legal authorization or mandate or requirement to do that. So now working with not only resources but authority at the local level and at the state level, as you said, under the Wired Act, is absolutely transformative, and again indicates that this is not an optional set of activities, that this is something government has to do. And again, I commend the council member for really like insisting that there, that is a mandate. It has to be a plan. It has to be, coordinated and delivered. And again, I think that those are the two biggest changes. Having the resources and having the authority are just, totally different.
I love that the Wired Act makes it really clear that municipalities in New York State can build their own networks, right? Like, it just makes it super clear.
I think it's got to be one of the options that's on the table. It's not the right solution for every community. There are some places where we're providing grants so that the private internet service provider can just close that small gap. But there are other places where the community has assessed that they want one network that equitably connects everybody in their community. And I think that's another thing that's changed, actually, is it's no longer just the binary of you have it or you don't. It's really much more nuanced understanding of the quality and nature of your connection. And one of the things that we have to do now is start to really understand and assess the nuances of how many options you have, what types of speed and pricing are available to you, what's the quality and reliability, how are your consumer dollars reinvested in your community. All those things really matter to local communities and to individuals, and trying to understand those different variations, even within New York City or across the state, are essential components now, so that we can continue to build on and go beyond the binary sense of, you have it or you don't.
Excellent, thank you. And so the state digital equity plan gives us that framework. It gives us the resources, but it doesn't require cities to produce their own roadmaps. Here in New York City, we still have this amazing council member who was one of the most epic technology chairs. We're hoping that her legacy carries on. And last year, through her leadership, council passed legislation that reestablished the Internet Master Plan, something that Mayor Adams canceled as one of his first acts, and established a formal requirement. Councilmember, can you tell us about this amazing piece of legislation?
Thank you for thinking it's amazing. And Carmen, who I know y'all just heard from, will be amazing. And I'm still on the committee and actively working with her. And my flowers to the architects of the original master plan. Really, when I was appointed chair, I was very transparent with the tech community in that I did not come from tech. I came from community organizing, but that I think now was the time to really elevate community with the tech experts, that there was no reason that we should be left behind. And so out of all of that research, and thanks to my amazing team at the council and in my staff who said, there's this internet master plan. That's sure, it was published right at the beginning of the pandemic, but it really elevated a lot of the tension that our communities were experiencing as far as internet service options, deserts, where there was no connectivity or very low access. There was very little investment in public access locations like our libraries and schools. And so for me, right away, my background in community really said, well, there's an injustice here, and I feel like I can teach myself this and learn this very quickly. And so the original master plan was really thoughtful, brought in so many experts to really say, not just like, yes, internet is important, but how people get internet in their homes is also important. And let's talk about internet service providers, because it's not just two options, right? It's not just Charter and Spectrum. It's not just the ones that we see advertised. There's a lot of folks doing that work in our own communities that make it more affordable. And that do it better, that may be able to accomplish digital literacy in a way that some of these bigger companies just don't invest in. So it really put together, in my opinion, really strong pillars of equity, a really strong mission, a ton of really good data. And so I was really interested in working with the administration at the time in what I thought were shared goals. Unfortunately, like Noel said, right away, the Internet Master Plan was not going to be a flagship of the Adams administration. For whatever, it's still unclear. He's no longer in office, and I'm still trying to figure out why. But very quickly, it was just, this was a plan that went out before the pandemic, and so much has changed, and so we're just not going to spend a lot of time on that. There are pieces of it that we might want to do. And I just felt like that wasn't a good enough response, because I felt like there were there were promises made to smaller industrial service providers. First off, many of who were were owned by people of color and women who were really excited to work in communities like mine, like Harlem, like the South Bronx, that just weren't connected before, and they were basically just tossed to the side. And then there was the fact that yes, we were coming back from the pandemic, and how were we going to permeate equity, digital access without a plan? How are we just gonna pick any location, piecemeal particular programs, and just pick one or two providers and that's it? That was unacceptable to me. And so the Internet Master Plan took a very long time. It took us all 4 years to pass. We passed it at the end of 2025. But thank you. But it was really important because we need OTI. Right, and this right here, this is a new OTI that I'm pumped to work with. The last administration, it was really tough. They really just refused to see it the way that so many of us saw it. And so the Internet Master Plan, they will be drafting something together by the end of this year, and I'm really hopeful. But it really forces the city to put this plan together, to update it. I wanted it to be updated a lot sooner than every 5 years, but that's at the bare minimum, and to engage with community. You all will have a say on how we move forward. And if you look at any progressive city that's doing right, they've got master plans. Let's not be silly about the importance of having a plan and executing that plan to plan for the future. It's a very simple concept, but it makes sense. And so for me, to be able to uplift the really good work of the original master plan and work with the city, with the experts to update it was key so that our city could be connected, so that we could be the best city, so that we could be thoughtful, and so that all of our children really would have a level playing field when it came to this very, very important utility.
Thank you. I feel like I want to give you the heartful clap. This is the power that we have within Councilmember Jennifer Gutierrez. We have you for how many more years in council? 3, 4, all right. Too short. So this law mandates planning, reporting, accountability, but it doesn't guarantee infrastructure funding or execution. And we have the state framework that helps provide that level of support, but none of that matters if people aren't actually connected in their daily lives. So that brings us to adoption and engagement. And in March 2025, the city launched a digital equity roadmap, which is kind of like this interstitial place between the IMP 1.0. We have the Digital Equity Roadmap, which some of you may have read, and then we have the piece of legislation, which I'm not going to call it out because I promised that OTI wouldn't use an acronym and then a numerical number after that, even though that's the name of the law. But I made promises, and promises are going to be kept on this panel. So we have the Digital Equity Roadmap, and we have this piece of legislation that's paired with new investments in the creation of a chief digital equity officer. So, Paolo, as the individual responsible for this roadmap and now helping shepherd the legislation, where are we going?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Thank you for bringing up broadband adoption, because I want to start there. A lot of times when we talk about this work nationally, there are, we talk about the differences between urban areas, rural areas. Here in New York City, when we look at broadband adoption, we're also looking at broadband access, right? What is the proliferation of available providers at a certain address or building? I will say that this data, and speaking to a room full of data folks, I will say that this data is built upon FCC data, which folks in the field have their problems with, but currently, New York City is said to be served at 98% availability. I'm not gonna wipe my hands clean and say okay, that's perfect, we're all done, but I'll bring up the other piece of this scenario, which is broadband adoption, not broadband availability. 98% for availability. When we look at adoption, which is asking households, do you have an internet plan? Do you have a home internet subscription? That number drops to 75%. 3/4 of households in New York don't have a home internet subscription. Our team, and I'm thrilled to be talking at the data conference because I can talk about the data pieces here. If you look at certain geographies of the city, the Bronx, for instance, over 40% of households don't have a home internet subscription, versus in Manhattan, it's in the high teens. So there are inferences that we can make there based on geography. When we think about demographics, talking about older adults over 65, 42% don't have a home internet subscription versus 18 to 64, it's in the mid-20s. So we can look at these social demographics and tie broadband and home internet access to these things and figure out like what are the ways in which we can help solve for this. And I'm glad to hear my fellow panelists and Noelle as the moderator continue to bear down on the importance of community building, community engagement, because we can look at that data and we can make assumptions like, okay, geographies are different, demographics are different, but it's on us to go and actually talk to people and figure out like, if you don't have a home internet subscription, why not? Is it too expensive? Do you not like the providers that are available to you? Would you like to have, or do you like to have a community broadband network, for instance? We're also interested in digging into these other, I'll say like more squishy pieces of the reasons, the barriers to digital equity for folks, which might be that people might be afraid. They might have privacy and security concerns. We know that this, especially among older adults, also with new resident populations, those numbers tend to get higher, but we only know this at the moment anecdotally. So building on my fellow panelists' comments, what we want to do in our approach to writing what we're calling the broadband adoption plan, for branding reasons, we're not calling it the Internet Master Plan because we can't. We can't say, I can't sit here and say that we're going to arrive at the exact same set of recommendations, right? The bones are there of a really excellent plan. Specifically, one of my favorite pieces of the Internet Master Plan is a call specifically for community broadband planning, which that's our path forward. This year, we're going to do resident surveys. We want to hear from folks directly who are lived experts in the digital divide, across those demographics, across those geographies that I mentioned. We want to hear from folks, what are your technology barriers? And we want to make sure that we're framing this in a way that makes sense to people. I can't go into a neighborhood and say, oh, what are your problems with digital equity? Because that's not going to mean anything to anyone, right? Digital equity, like this is the guy who has the words digital equity in my title, and I'll be the first to say that like this is an esoteric term. How do we use plain language to meet folks where they are? And how do we make it make sense to people, right? How do we communicate the utility of the internet, the value that the internet might have, the opportunities that I think everyone in this room knows that the internet provides? How do we communicate the value of the internet and make sure that folks are aware of the existing ecosystem of city agency programs at the libraries, but also programs at community-based organizations that support New Yorkers to get online. Ultimately, it's all about getting people online. And we want to be working with community-based organizations who either work in specific geographies that we know we want to focus on, or who work with specific populations or demographics that we know we want to focus on. For instance, the Fortune Society, working with justice-impacted individuals. See Jacob there, hello Jacob. But also neighborhood-based organizations like El Puente, and making the case to them that you might have a social service that supports getting your residents, getting your people online. So a lot of this will be using like plain language to make the case and say, I think that we have something in common. I think that we can build something together, and we want to take everyone's perspectives into account as we write out what is currently being called the Citywide Broadband Adoption Plan.
Fair. Can you speak specifically about the current surveys that you and your team are trying to get people to fill out?
Sure. Yeah. So those surveys are in process. They're in draft. So the types of outreach and honestly data collection that we want to effort that we want to take on this year is to release surveys through community-based organization partners, through city agency partners whose work interacts with people getting online. And we want to be asking in those surveys, essentially, do you have barriers to technology? And we want to make sure that we're aligning these barriers of technology along like what we in the digital equity world call like the three legs of the stool, the three pillars of digital equity, which are home internet access, device access, and also the digital skills in order to use and navigate the internet. So we want to make sure that we're asking our questions along those lines. We, of course, want to make sure that the survey is short and sweet because we respect people's times. But beyond that, we know that surveying isn't going to give us the complete picture, right? So we want to be doing as many focus groups as we can over the course of this spring and summer in order to hear directly from folks what are those technology barriers. Is there a lack of awareness of existing programs? Is there a certain fear that is based in not wanting to use the internet? Also, we know that along some for religious reasons, some communities might not want to adopt the internet, and that's also fine, right? Like, we're not trying to be prescriptive in what people do with their time, but we want to make sure that residents of New York have all the tools and all the awareness and all the knowledge that they might have that they need in order to be active users and confident users of the internet.
Great, thank you. In about 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to open up the panel to some public questions. So please start thinking about those questions. Make sure you get them down. I guess I got to think about which is the appropriate question to ask here and how to frame it in a way. Let's start off with, what is the data that you started off in the Internet Master Plan 1.0 that you're hoping to see kind of like revived? I'm going to ask that question to Josh, and then Paolo, like, what is the data that, what's the FCC data that you're talking about here, and where is it kind of like not meeting the needs?
So data was a critical part of the Internet Master Plan. There really were, one of the main efforts of putting together the plan, and there were preliminary reports that we did looking at, oh my God, I don't even remember the names of the reports we put out, but looking at public Wi-Fi and how you do public Wi-Fi, because when I showed up in the city, there was a data set of public Wi-Fi access points, but it treated Wi-Fi in a subway station, Wi-Fi in a library, or Wi-Fi in a park as the same unit of data, which was clearly not actually aligned to, so the first One NYC report that the Blasio administration put out, it said, oh, we're going to have a Wi-Fi access point, I think within 15 minutes of everybody's home, which is it's a goal related, similar to like park access. Everybody should be no more than a 15-minute walk from green space. But those units of measure were for totally different purposes. And then we realized that we didn't even have, we started talking about access to public computer centers so that people, when instead of people using the initial Link NYC kiosks as like public computer centers, to say, no, we have other places that are for going and sitting down and using a computer browser. But then we realized that there was no actual list of all the computer centers in the city. It took us 2 years. It took us 2 years to actually do a comprehensive inventory of all, I believe it was over 500 different computer centers around the city, including how many computer workstations, how old are those workstations, are they wheelchair accessible, those facilities, what are the hours, what additional type of peripheral equipment or assistive technologies are available, is there training, is there language access? So you can't even begin to think about how you plan and deliver digital equity or broadband adoption programs until you have that picture. And then when we went into the planning process, we actually found that the FCC data was quite helpful in some ways. And I don't need to get into the peculiarities of why it's more useful in New York City than elsewhere. But then ultimately, when we put out the plan, we published all of the data on open data, and we worked with a great consulting team at HRNA Advisors. Shout out to Danny and the team there. But we made sure that basically every single analysis that was in the plan was something that either relied on public data or administrative data, so it could be repeated or checked by the public, but it could be repeated without having to hire consultants again. And part of that was just to, and then we aligned also all the data and all the reporting with city planning units of geography, the neighborhood tabulation areas, with the idea being that we wanted to institutionalize the capacity of broadband planning. So even if a new administration wanted to have different recommendations or a different set of priorities, the planning framework could still be utilized as a way to understand and measure and orient the focus of those investments and those activities, adding computer centers, adding capacity at computer centers. The thing that, looking now at FCC data, the FCC data is now available at the location level, and we have worked with local partners and internet service providers to continue to improve the accuracy of that granular data. So now we can also see not just, by census block, is it available, not available. We can actually, evaluate it down at the location level, and we can see that Verizon Fios, while under their franchise terms, may now have, and there was, some litigation involved, passes every single home in the city, but they actually, when they report to the FCC, it's only 77% that actually can subscribe at the household level. So there is a disparity there. If you look at Altice's Optimum, and when the city reviewed when Altice purchased Optimum Cable, they said, oh, we're going to upgrade the whole cable network to fiber optics. And we said, that's fantastic, but we want a commitment that you're going to do that equitably for everybody. And now, when you look at it, that's not what the data shows, that in the city, they serve every single household in their franchise territory, but only about 56% are served with fiber versus ones that are served with the legacy plant. And that's part of the challenge that you see in an urban area, is that back when internet service was DSL, everybody had a telephone line, everybody had the same ability to dial up, and it was competitive. But as we've upgraded to newer technologies, and there's been waves of investment, we've layered on disparities, and that's not I'm not attributing cause of those numbers. And the work is to understand some of those correlations and some of those causes. But at the state, I'm in the Economic Development Agency, and we have three parts of our mandate. One is closing the digital divide and getting everybody online. Then we also are looking to transform New York's digital infrastructure, which means, do we have an infrastructure that supports not only what we need to do now, but everything that's coming into the future, all the economic activity, all the technology use that we're going to be doing into the future. And then third, facilitate a robust broadband marketplace. And that also does mean, when can private investment flow, and does it flow equitably and efficiently to all parts of the state or within each region? And so looking at for us, looking at those nuances in in 98% availability allows us to understand, well, how many options are those, how is the investment flowing? What are the things that are barriers to that? Is that driven by, perceived income and how that's going to impact the potential return on investment? Or is that being driven by the cost of construction, which was one of the things that they looked at in Internet Master Plan 1.0, and that is a huge factor across the state and within the city, because it costs different amounts of money to build the same mile of fiber in the Bronx than it does in central Brooklyn, even if you're looking at similar household profiles. And so those barriers that impact that ability to continue to upgrade the infrastructure, continue to ensure that companies can thrive and invest, and that we have a robust marketplace that everybody can participate equitably, those are the data points that we look at.
I'm actually, before we go to questions from the audience, thank you, I'm going to actually go to Councilmember Gutierrez and ask you to talk a little bit more about the public accountability provisions that exist in the legislation, because I think that is a very important aspect, because mayors can change their mind, but they have to be accountable to the law, and now we have your legislation that creates a public accountability board. Can you talk about the advisory board and the things that you want to see come about from this advisory board?
Yeah, thank you. So So it's the advisory board, and so the advisory board is comprised of someone from OTI, the commissioner, or whoever the commissioner appoints, and then the remaining, there's 3 that are appointed by the mayor, 3 by the speaker, and 1 by the public advocate. And it defines essentially, like, you can't just appoint your homie. Like, you appoint someone with some level of digital expertise, someone who can demonstrate that they care about this, or that also someone who can demonstrate like community engagement work, because that is really key to it. And so yes, that they would be working with OTI. OTI ultimately is the agency that publishes this report. And so the accountability piece was really important, because we did not have that, unfortunately, with the original master plan. It made all these really great recommendations, started really good conversations with, like I mentioned before, internet service providers. I work on industrial stuff on my night job. And what happened was a lot of these people were kind of left out in the cold, and the conversation around just connectivity in general was severed. And so the language in the Internet Master Plan, which, by the way, for whoever has an extra 10 minutes today wants to read through the legislation, a lot of legislation is text that defines every single thing you're trying to do. So defining equity, defining access, defining high-speed internet, everything. And then also defining that advisory board. But it was crucial that that the city council also played a role, so having the speaker be able to appoint folks, just so that it was known that this was kind of a collaboration. In the same way that the council holds a city hall accountable, the city hall holds the council accountable, but it was really important that we kind of spread those appointments. And the fact that they, have to serve these terms for a minimum of 3 years, that the plan really, there has to be a concerted effort every single year to really share this report publicly on the site, and to update it and to kind of share that back. But all those pieces are really important, because if our shared goal is to be able to connect every single New Yorker who wants to be connected, so I really love that you highlighted that, then we have to be smart, because this whole industry evolves second to second. And we're already so behind, in my opinion, right? We're already so behind. And so being able to open up accountability and transparency measures is how we're going to be able to do so in an honest and, I think, effective way. So that's why it was really important that we institute the advisory board. And I think that's where we spent a good amount of time with the previous administration, because we learned that the only way that a master plan really works is when there's this happening. We can't just have people in a room kind of typing away, putting something out and saying this is the law of the land. It really has to be a two-way street with everyone. So those pieces are what we felt that were strong at the time, and that the administration agreed with. But I'm really looking forward to kind of the survey results and how you all put it together, and then hearing from everybody. What if in a perfect world you tell me in 2 years, like, we think this is the way we should change the law? We want to do that. We want to reflect the fact that this is always evolving, and so that's why those measures exist the way that they exist. And I'm always open to hearing feedback on how we can make that tighter.
And it's great that we have those levers inside of the legislation. I mean, those are some of the things that we wish that we had inside of the city's open data law when it first got passed, and we eventually get to having to create this broader community of engagement to ensure that there's a public lever, and it's great to have that in the legislation. With the nearly 15 minutes remaining for this particular session, I want to see what type of questions we have from the audience. If you're sitting out there, you can hit speaker. There's a little button. This is UN style. There's a button that you can hit speaker. A red light will turn on the microphone, and you can ask the question. And then from those red lights, I can then call on people, because I can see those red lights from here. So we're going to go to the person closest to the aisle over here.
Hey, thank you. So I know there's a lot of effort going to putting a legislation into the law, but there's often times where all the policymakers have those great ideas, but then when it actually comes to implementation, it looks day and night from what they imagined or they intended. So what is a way where you could almost amend the policy or like make it better after you see how it runs on the ground, and then learn from those activities, and then sort of like, is there room to close this gap between like policy and implementation?
Go first. Yes. So short answer is yes. I mean, as described in the law, like, so I'll start with like the law perspective and then like the practical perspective as well, because I want to address both pieces. So the law, mandates, like as the council member was saying, like the Internet Advisory Board is this accountability measure. Those members of the Internet Advisory Board are, ideally have experience and some sort of advocacy. Like ideally they actually care about this, right? So yeah, they're not just your homies. I mean, we could become friends with them down the line, but so there is an element of accountability there. The other piece of the law, mandates. I'm just saying your words now, but that the law must be updated regularly. So there is a mechanism built into the structure of the law that not only must there be accountability through the Internet Advisory Board, but that it also must be updated regularly. The updating regularly piece is on my office primarily to assess and evaluate the efficacy of the programs and the strategies that we're saying the city should do, but also with regular communication with the Internet Advisory Board, who represent the different branches of government. Like, we get to hear directly from folks, like so it's not only us sitting in a black hole, right? Like we're talking with folks who represent different interests and different backgrounds, so that we have a variety of perspectives in the room. So I won't speak to the amending piece, because that's a little bit out of my purview, but I'll just speak into the implementation piece there.
I'll just also add, part of like our job at City Hall is we're having these hearings and we have these topics and we have these discussions. So before we did anything with the bill, we had a whole hearing on what is it was literally called Resurrecting the Internet Master Plan, but it was with the intention to hear from New Yorkers. And so that is kind of how we proceed. And some of you heard from Technology Chair Councilmember De La Rosa. She's really excited about this. There's a lot of benefit for her community, and so every year at the minimum, we'll have a hearing at City Hall. You can all come to in person or testify virtually, where we will hear from the city and we will hear from advocates. And there's always an opportunity to amend. Sometimes it's hard to get done, but to say that every single bill is absolutely perfect and that's it, we're turning the page, is absolutely false. So there is always an opportunity to be realistic. It doesn't happen right away, but that is part of the accountability between the public and the council, that we have these hearings and that we have you all testify. So there is opportunity, yes.
I also I want to make sure I shout out my colleagues who are here. Tisha Pryor is the Director of Digital Equity at the Connect All office. Nazir Jeffries, Senior Program Manager with the office. Erin Murphy is the Data Lead, focuses on digital equity on our office. Also our former colleague, Megan McDermott, also former city, so somebody who's bridged those worlds. And I say that partly to say, like, the critical thing, in addition to the opportunities that are in the law, is you have to build the civic engagement. You have to build that level of community engagement and community power, both for the conversations that constituents have with their elected officials, as the council member was referring to, but also the organizations like BetaNYC, like the small businesses that advocated, to move the law forward. You have to, keep that going, because, well-written legislation and laid plans will provide those points of engagement and those opportunities, but there has to be the civic infrastructure that engages in that. And I say that as somebody who, before this existed in as even a role in city government, was helping to organize 40 organization coalitions to submit a petition around the problems with the original Verizon franchise legislation. So that is sustained work. You have to build those coalitions. You have to make sure that of all the critical things that government has to attend to, that there's a limited number of hearings that City Council can have. They respond to the needs of constituents, and we will also respond, as a Connect All office, be responsive to meetings, to coming here to public events. So engage with the people in our office, and seek information and share your expertise, and not just your individual expertise, but build coalitions and speak with organizations on this issue.
Government responds to power, and government responds to pressure. And effectively, we now see that there are levers inside of the legislation to apply that pressure and to exercise our power, but it is up to us as a community to ensure that happens, and to do so in a diverse ecosystem to make sure all of those needs are met. So I saw there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow. Okay. So you turn the red light on. There we go.
Hi. Good morning.
Oh. Can you hear me? No. Go to the next. Go to the next one. Oh no. Oh no.
Just come here. Use our mics.
Or yell it, and I can reiterate it.
Good morning, Ashley Piguero. My question is, once you do have this information and you do collect all this data, what is your plans to translate this to communities like the Bronx who don't have very much tech skills, so they can understand things beyond the spreadsheets and reports and large data sets that are within open data, something that can be one-on-one and anybody can understand in plain text, as was discussed?
Yeah, no, I love that question. Along with going back to the data collection piece, not only do we want to hear from residents through surveys and focus groups, we also, and this is taking a page out of the state's digital equity plan as well, we want to hear from the diversity of stakeholders. I'll use that term, but who's doing what, when, where, and how. We're collecting information now through something that we're calling a digital equity resource survey. In Josh's spirit, I'm going to call out Rachel Granger, who's sitting in the front row, who has designed and put out that survey. But through that survey, we're trying to figure out, again, using plain language. So we're not calling it asset mapping, even though that's how it lives in my head. We're trying to figure out who does what, when, where, and how. What types of geographies, what types of demographics who do you work with? And in our approach to the plan this year, along with resident surveys, along with focus groups, we want to be talking with all of the people who fill out our survey, essentially, and have a conversation with them and figure out what's working, what are your existing programs, how can partnerships bolster or supplement existing programs. I came from the library world before my first job was in the libraries, and even libraries, which are usually pointed to as community organizations, the bastions of communities, we also lived in a silo, and we also didn't know who was doing what, when, where, and how. So from our position in the city, we're really looking at ourselves as a convener. We have this bird's eye view of the ecosystem, as I'll call it. So the way that we can connect organizations is something that we're looking into. We're also looking into, what are the pain points, what barriers exist, and we want to make sure that we uplift not only the promising practices, but also strategies to address those barriers inside of the plan, so that those organizations will be better equipped to serve the eventual resident. That's who we eventually want these programs and these policies to reach.
I'll say that is a fair and fantastic question to ask of government. It also is not government's strong suit. There are a lot of experts who do that in New York City for sure, but that's one of the critical roles of open data and organizations like BetaNYC is to do some of that translation. There's an organization in the city called the Center for Urban Pedagogy. Before I was in government, I was at a nonprofit organization. We partnered with Center for Urban Pedagogy on an educational video, which you can still watch online. Internet is serious business. And the goal there was, because we were working with social justice organizations, immigrant rights organizations, youth, media makers, and we wanted a video that we could use to translate these engineering technical issues of the internet to the experience, and language of a high school community that then could be used as part of that organizing and education process. Some of it is outdated, like probably the tie that I'm wearing in the video is probably pretty outdated.
Now I'm gonna look at it.
But a lot of it holds true. But I think that that's really part of the importance of the civic tech community, and to put that effort and those skills to this issue will be so powerful as the data from this process comes forward.
Thank you. We're going to do some popcorn questions here. So gray sweater first, you're going to ask, and then I'm going to call on the next person, and then the next person. So gray sweater. Go.
So I'm Francis. I work with human service organizations to figure out how they can kind of reduce the administrative burden of their program staff for gathering data. And I think we're all here because we believe in more data is better. And I think broadly speaking, on the one hand, we need to reduce administrative burden for program staff. On the other hand, no, I don't think it's working. Oh, is it working? Oh, wow, look at that. So on the one hand, we need to reduce their administrative burden, but I think on the other hand, it seems to me like it's probably really costly for you all to figure out how to actually get data from human service organizations. That is, Paolo, you were talking about actually getting these surveys. I would just love to hear what actually operationally, in particular for all the folks in the room who are doing this coordination, what does it take from a draft of a survey to maybe a Department for the Aging, contractor to actually deliver that survey to their clients? Like, what's that in between look like today?
Next question. I'm gonna ask these questions. We got 5 minutes left, so.
I just wanted to start by saying thank you, not just for speaking today, but also for the incredible work you guys are doing in terms of digital equity. I was really interested in your guys' background from national work to kind of more local work. I was particularly interested in Paolo's kind of shout out to Nevada because my home city is Las Vegas, and I would love for Las Vegas to be having discussions like this, although I think they're a little farther away from that. And so understanding that New York truly is like an international city, a city of the world, that kind of comes with an obligation knowing that New York is and has always been a trendsetter. So returning to the original framing of today's panel of hope, do you guys have any hopes about how your approach may inspire or inform other cities following suit?
All right, and then the last question, pink shirt in the back.
Hi. Hi, my name is Jacob. I work with the Fortune Society. Thank you for the shout out earlier, Paolo. In the conversation that you guys have had today, there's been a lot of talk about broadband connectivity, internet connectivity, internet access. But I think throughout the conversation, I think I heard digital skill training access mentioned twice and digital device access mentioned 0 times. And I'm curious how we can shift the conversation from internet access, which, as Paolo described, the ability to connect to the internet, there's like 97% coverage, but the engagement is 75%. How can we do a better job of shifting the conversation more toward those accessibility issues of who cares if I have internet access if I don't have a device to connect to it, or who cares if I have a device if I don't know how to use it? So that's my question.
So to summarize, how do we get digital literacy written into this conversation? Because actually that was a huge gap of the original digital equity roadmap that the city produced and some of the testimony that got baked into the legislation. How do we translate all of the questions of the surveys? And then ultimately, how do we really demonstrate leadership and not become just use New York exceptionalism as an excuse to not be a leader? You can choose them as you want, and these are your final statements.
Okay, I'm
'cause
gonna
we're
go
at
as
time.
quickly as possible. Gray sweater, I'm so sorry. Francis, now I remember your name. I think for this is like, how do we do the surveys? We have to lean on organizations, and we're living under a Mamdani administration who single-handedly really leveled up social media. That, I think, is going to be key. We want for people to understand that this is happening. There are surveys happening. I won't tell Paulo how to do his job, but I think like that is a key piece. It's every level of engagement is really important. Almost every senior center has some level of like digital literacy programming. It's not perfect, but those are really good opportunities to talk to people who don't necessarily have devices at home, have connectivity at home, or even want it at home. But there are opportunities, and it's going to be part of our job at council to work with OTI and to work with these awesome groups like BetaNYC to make sure that we are ensuring that people know this is happening and that we want to hear from them. The second one was about New York City exceptionalism. That's a really good question. I mean, I think there are municipalities that are doing really great work. We're really lucky, like Josh said in the beginning, that the state is doing really awesome work and is really forward thinking, and that under this administration, I think we are aligned with them. But there's already nationally a bunch of networks. I was a part of a network through Local Progress that's really talking about AI and guardrails to AI. So a lot of that stuff is happening. We just have to really, do a better job as New York City as promoting as like, not only are we trying to be leaders, but we're also really good partners, and we're doing that. And then there was the last question. Digital literacy. The skills. I felt like we talked about it. I feel like we said digital literacy or skills building. It was a question. I already forgot how we're going to do it. I'll pass it off to someone else. I'm so sorry. I forgot already. What was the question? What was the question on digital literacy?
I think what I'll say is the key there is also, I'd be remiss certainly if I didn't also point out another thing that has changed, which is that we have a law in the state of New York called the Affordable Broadband Act, which requires that internet service providers make a $15 option, or in some cases it's a $20 option available. We do have partnerships with CUNY to add digital literacy components into the work that they do with incarcerated populations in the state. And one of the things that I hope will come out of this plan, expect will come out of this plan, is that the diffuse set of activities related to education and device access that happen across those 500 computer centers, Department of Youth and Community Development, which we've provided a grant to help coordinate and assess what they're doing, will all be brought in, the Big Apple Connects investments they're making at NYCHA, all those things will be brought into one coherent space. The thing for New York, I will say is, we do not at the state level, and in my experience at the city level, if we're comparing ourselves to other cities and other states, we're doing it wrong. Like, we have a responsibility as New York City and as New York to be leading the national conversation. So don't accept the standards that are the national standards. Set the standards that will become the national standards. And that's, the whole team at Connect All wakes up every single morning not thinking, are we doing okay compared to other states? But, I mean, to be cheesy about it, but Excelsior, like, upward. Like, what can we do more for this state? How can we do what we're doing now, but better? And that's what drives us. It's not like, are we meeting national standards? And I think the same goes for the city.
We're at time, but you got fine. Yeah, okay. All right, so.
That was great.
Yeah.
That was so
Okay.
good. I
Okay.
have nothing else to say. Yeah.
All right. With that, I will translate Excelsior into Spanish. Palante. We are going to move this conversation forward every single year. We do digital equity work. We've gotten funding from the Connect All team. We thank you for that. We are going to be supporting the digital equity team's survey outreach. We'll be having it in our weekly newsletter, so please subscribe to our weekly newsletter. You will see that. You will be seeing these calls to action. We will be supporting all of these activities as much as we can. So please tell us how to support digital equity work. We want to be sharing the great classes and opportunities that Fortune Society does, that Palante does, El Puente, Palante. And I just want to say thank you again to all the panelists for being here, their colleagues and staff who are here.
And our ASL translators, thank you for the work that you did, and thanks to the moderator.
Yes, well, thank you to the interpreters. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Going to hand this off to Martha, who's going to tell us what the next session is going to be in this room in 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right. At 12:15, there's going to be another panel discussion about building the public interest tech workforce. Should be a real banger. So I encourage you all to come back, join us at 12:15, and go get a snack, get a drink, take a break, and we'll see you there.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, wow, that's a very Actually, I was looking at that brand. They're launching. Oh yeah, you said you do product work, right? So, is that something like? When I think about years of operations or product, what are the big And there's like oh, you do that dynamic, right? Yeah. That's crazy. I really don't know. That's like. I just want to be okay, cool. I mean, do you have a team? Are you a team of one? I am a team of one. There are. Yeah, so they're also. What is your Is it, and also is it the case where your team is like there's some lines that are open that just haven't been built in a while, or like they like I have associations. No, that's been happening a lot the last few years. Like situation. My team, even though I have now. A lot of them are like CDA funded lines. Some are like consultants or they're like, yeah, they're basic consultants. So I do worry about that a lot, about like capacity because they're not full-time, they're not like city funded employees.
Well, how do you get them?
Yeah, so the Department of Health and Mental Health, they contract out with like, I think, 2 big vendors to like, basically hire staff and fill in staff. And, yeah, I actually have never hired before those companies, but I just know that the bigger agencies have access to that. Honestly, I had to jump in. I would love to connect with you if you don't mind. I've always been interested in there are, my colleague Matthew Montesano, he was he's now a senior electronics, so he and I would commit. He's ever hired. If you're ever interested. Oh yeah. lucky. I mean, you know, people love working for worlds.
Best volunteer, right?
Yeah, right, yeah. But I know that there's a lot of variation in intensity and whatever. But I really want to say that great meeting, and I hope to see you at the lunch breaks.
Sounds good. I'd love to chat about how I could see it. I think there's a broad agreement about interoperability to work. Yeah, the captain's as part of that broad agreement. It's really, the dream should not be that many work. If anything, I'll follow up in a few weeks. Okay. Is that how you feel, by the way? I'm Francis. I've done the most great introduction because I really appreciate it. It must be terrible to figure out how we do it.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Number 6, number 6. Number 6, number 6, number 6. Can you hear me in the middle of the room? Number 6. Hear me in the room? Yep.
Yes, it is.
And thank you. I will certainly be here.
Yes, yes. I was checking that working opportunities. Sorry, can I?
This will turn on the.
Bringing up Vegas, like, I mean, New York thing is like pretty local, but like, yeah, apparently everyone's connected to Vegas right now. It's very Vegas.
Yeah, it was nice meeting you.
I'm ready to like park here. I think to kind of be around a little bit.
I doubt it. Are you?
We're like, I don't know, is that skip? We don't know what you're talking about. Okay, different Jennifer. That could be Jennifer Okay.
Okay, we ready? All right. Welcome, live stream and in-person viewers, to the 12:15 session on building the public interest tech workforce, a topic that's near and dear to my heart. And we are so fortunate to have this amazing panel of educators and lawmakers and folks who are really on the front lines of making sure that New York City has the skills and experience and knowledge that they need to come and use their talents for good. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to today's moderator, Dr. Misha Porter, and take it away.
All right, good morning. I was going to use my teacher cafeteria voice. I don't really need a microphone. And my husband never wants me to have a microphone. But we're really excited to be here today and to be moderating this really important panel. Dr. Misha Porter, I'm currently the Senior Visiting Fellow at the Center for Educational Innovation, but spent over 20 years in public education in New York City. I usually say my whole life because I started as a New York City public school student, but have had every job from student to teacher to principal, and my last role in New York City was as the chancellor. Really excited to be on the outside now having this important conversation because we're at a real critical point in tech transformation across our city. And if we aren't inclusive and thoughtful about who's a part of that story, then we're gonna leave the folks behind who generally get left behind. But what really is important is what does that mean in our public interest, nonprofit, government spaces? What does it mean in all of those spaces? And how are we creating a pathway for careers? So many people are afraid of this moment because they think of it as a moment of replacement as opposed to thinking of it as a moment of opportunity. And that's what we're here to talk about. So are you all with us on this moment of opportunity? All right, yes. As a teacher, I need a little feedback so I feel like I'm doing a good job. You with me? All right, so I'm gonna just kick it off and I'm gonna ask each of our very special panelists to do a brief introduction of themselves. But I want them to start with introducing yourself, tell us who you are, why this is important to you, and what do you think is the biggest opportunity for people interested in working in public interest technology or the civic tech space. And we're gonna start with you, my friend Lori, because you're right here, but we're gonna end with our very special guest, Council Member Juan, because I'm gonna jump into some questions with you right away, because I know we don't have a lot of time for you. So you start, we'll land there with introductions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Misha. Dr. Ross Porter. I am Lori Goldkind. I'm a professor of social work at Fordham's Graduate School of Social Service. I am a coder wannabe or an engineering wannabe. I have tried numerous times. I think when my children graduate college, I might try again. Maybe with Claude Code, we'll see. I'm sure there will be something better by that time. I think the biggest opportunity that I see, and I've been talking about it for the last almost 20 years, is that we may be in a place where AI has made folks who have historically been tech resistant or even Luddites, like my people, right, who are mental health professionals by and large, or humans working with humans in this social care sector, it has made them very aware of digital technologies, the potential of data, artificial intelligence, both because our clients are using them as potentially replacements for humans, but also because they offer us, I think, some new opportunities. And my people, right, our social workers, I think that they offer a translational function, the thing that they regularly do in their professional lives, right? They translate city services to clients. They might be able to use those translational skills in government places or in stakeholder engagement in the nonprofit sector to translate technological, computational thinking, AI capabilities to non-technical publics. And so I think it is a big opportunity for us to develop a new skill set and maybe even new kinds of jobs.
Thank you. So happy to be here. I feel such joy today and celebration. I'm Jazzy. I use she, her pronouns. I'm chief of staff at BetaNYC. I like to start off my intro with the start of my career. I started off as a special education teacher in an alternative high school. Whoop, whoop. Let's get a shout out for that. Come on. That really planted a seed for me in understanding how important communication is and that's followed my career trajectory throughout. I like to say that my career has tumble dried since. You know, I've worn many hats. I have been a social worker for unhoused youth. I have been a teacher for different audiences. I've also worked in data. I've been a chief of staff. And I think public interest technology is such a place for people that have many talents, as Lori was kind of talking about, in like translation. But it's like I don't think there is a lack of space for all of the knowledge that we could use. And I want to keep this short, but you know, if you too kind of feel like someone that wants it all, wants to learn it all, wants to help your communities, I think this is the space for you. And I hope my trajectory kind of being a little messy and trying out everything gives you permission for that as well.
Yeah, I love that, Jazzy, this messiness. Hi, everybody. My name is Ankit Patel. I'm the University Dean for Tech and Computing at CUNY, CUNY Central. So this is the central system office that oversees, supports, really helps, tries to be the point guard for the 26 campuses that are part of the CUNY system, which is one of them. Prior to that, I'm in this role as University Dean, which is, the role has only exists for a year and a half, and specifically oversee the computing programs, so computer science, those types of things. But really, like, as you know, we've already heard, computing is everywhere, data is everywhere. And so I've been, previous to this role, I was working with teacher education faculty to try to integrate computing into our teacher preparation programs in a really meaningful and equitable way. Meaning, so not just saying, all right, everybody needs to learn how to code, but what does it mean for a teacher who's studying to be a special ed teacher? What do they need to know about computing? How is it going to affect their practice? How might it help them better understand their students? What should they teach their students? What should they teach their students about computing? What should they teach them about using, how their students could use computing, how their students could use computing to express themselves? I started, really tried to learn how to code in high school, had a terrible teacher, hated it, came back to it in grad school from a creative computing lens. And so I really love this, how can we express ourselves with computing? But then we also wanted teachers to be able to talk about when we don't want to use computing, when it might be problematic, when it might put our communities at risk. And so I really bring this holistic lens of how we work with folks who are not from a computing background and how they might be able to think about the ways computing is important to them, really starting with their values and then building from there. And did that a lot. We did that with teachers at CUNY, did it with the teacher education faculty at CUNY that prepare teachers. And prior to that was doing it with teachers as part of the New York City Department of Education's Computer Science for All initiative. And I'll come back to that later. But I do want to say that in terms of the question, computer science and computing and AI, like we've already heard, is sort of being democratized. And I think that this is an opportunity for people who haven't touched it, maybe don't consider themselves technologists, to get messy and to start thinking about, and maybe data is a great way to start, maybe mapping is a great way to start thinking about and applying some of these computational thinking ideas. My favorite is abstraction, and mapping is a great example of this. All right, what details can we lose to help to bring things into focus, to really key in on what the problem is that we're trying to solve. And folks who are not computer scientists really understand the problem, and I think that's a real opportunity.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's so good to see you all. My name is Julie Won. I'm currently the city council member for where we're sitting. So I represent Long Island City, Sunnyside, Woodside, and Astoria. I'm the first mom, the first immigrant, and first woman to represent the seat. And I come from a non-traditional background. I think there's some common denominators here that your career shouldn't be linear, just like life is not linear. So I come from a non-traditional background. I come from tech instead of government or nonprofit. And I worked in tech for about 10 years before I pivoted during COVID. And it was all kind of an accident where I was 90% travel for a large Fortune 500 tech company servicing clients globally when I got a phone call from my managing partner and they said, hey, Julie, travel's frozen because we're in the midst of a pandemic, but we're going to pay you to work remotely, aka do nothing, until our clients figure out exactly what's going on. So I said, okay, cool, let's chill. So I'm sitting at home with my roommate who worked for the mayor at the time. She was a senior advisor to Mayor Bill de Blasio, and she was watching the press conference where Mayor Bill de Blasio said, everybody, schools are shutting down, but if you get public school free lunch, no worries, come and pick it up. And I was very triggered because I grew up on public school free lunch and public benefits, and I knew that whenever federal holidays, schools were closed, that meant my brother and I sat at home eating 1 pack of ramen with extra water so that we don't feel hungry, but we also had no childcare. We were not allowed to go outside. We were just rummaging through our refrigerator to see what we can eat. So that's what jumped me into action, where I was always civically engaged. So I was on the community board. I was on the board of 2 local nonprofits. And I started to call my network in the nonprofit space saying, hey, schools are shutting down. Kids are going to go hungry. I live a block away from the largest public housing in the country, Queensbridge Houses. Can you help me do meal deliveries? And I finally went through my phone book and found one nonprofit, Rethink Foods, who was willing to donate food to my community. The only catch was I had to pick it up and I have to do the own distribution. That was fine. I borrowed my dad's car and I started to do meal deliveries. And that's when I saw firsthand that for 5 to 6, 8 hours a day, I would see elementary school and middle school age kids sitting outside using Link NYC beacons as a hotspot because they could not afford internet at home. And this one little girl in particular looked at me in the face and she said, I never turn on my camera and I never turn on my microphone because I don't want my classmates to know that I'm poor. But I'm afraid that I won't do well in class because I'm not engaged. I'm not participating. And that crushed me. And the rage that I felt on her behalf as someone who grew up in public schools and on public benefits and through financial aid, that I was able to go to college and get a good paying job and socioeconomically mobilize myself and my parents, I just was enraged and I started to call every single elected official I knew. At the time, I didn't even know what a council member was. I'm sure most of you don't either, because what's a council member? I don't know. So I called my Congress member, Carolyn Maloney, and she's like, call your senator. So I think she meant my state senator, not my senator. So then I called Chuck Schumer. I'm like, Senator Schumer's office, where's my internet? And then they're like, no, call your state senator. So I called Michael Gianaris. Michael Gianaris was like, call your assembly member. I called Kathy Nolan. Kathy Nolan's like, call your council member. I'm like, what is this rabbit hole I'm going down on? I finally got a hold of my council office, and I found out that the council member was termed out, leaving, and the seat was open. And there was this crazy race. They called it the clown car race, where there was 21 people running for that seat. And when I looked at every single person's platform, none of them had Wi-Fi or digital connectivity as part of their platform. And I thought it was just outrageous, because if the government is the one telling you to go to school online, get your telehealth online, get your government services online, go to work online, apply for a job online, yet we don't have internet access for low-income New Yorkers, that's criminal. It should be a utility just like heat, hot water, and electricity. And when I complained to my coworkers, because our weekly stand-ups really just became therapy sessions because we had nothing really to do, my financial, one of my finance executives was like, well, I could just register you with the state. We'll put up an EIN and open a committee. And I was like, interesting. As in, like, I'm going to run. And then 2 of the designers were like, yeah, we'll create a brand for you. If we can bring an application online for a startup and go from like 200 users to 2 million in 2 quarters, how many voters are there anyway? And I was like, oh, it's probably like 175,000 residents, and out of that, we'll probably have like 12,000 voters. We probably need at least 8,000 to win. And they're like, yeah, we could do this. So that's what catapulted me into the race without really the intention of winning. That wasn't a goal for us. It was just, how do we make internet for all a platform for everybody who's in office or running for office to get the conversation started? And fast forward, we were able to do just that. And we were able to win, actually, on election day, a few blocks away from here. Thank you. On election day, nobody clapped because my coworkers were like, wait, we won? Are you quitting your job? Are we not going to work together anymore? I'm like, you guys got me elected. What are you talking about? And they were like, we thought this was like a volunteer job, because they lived in other states, and in other states, council members are part-time. And I was like, no, this is a full-time role, guys. I'm hopping off of this team. I'm rolling off. So fast forward, we won. 6 months later, every single NYCHA resident in my district got free internet, cable TV, and unlimited call and text. And fast forward 3 years later, we were able to scale that program citywide. It's called Big Apple Connect, and it has 80% adoption rate, one of the highest adoption rates for any public benefit in the country. Yeah, so that's how I ended up here. And now we had a big push in the city because it's clear that the public sentiment has gone towards a lot of fear-mongering and alarmist language, where we have heard from the moderator where people are scared of becoming obsolete with the AI revolution. But on the opposite side of that, where we have a real potential and opportunity to have an immense amount of growth in every single sector. So for the first time ever, I am now the chair of workforce development, so that we're preparing for the AI revolution and what this means for upskilling, reskilling, and where the responsibilities lie and how much investment it's going to take. So I look forward to having this conversation. I'm sorry it took too much time.
No, first of all, thank you for your story, your work, and I went to high school at Queens Vocational Technical, so I went to high school in your district. But I always tell the story to folks that if I was a student during the pandemic, we have a very similar growing up story. I wouldn't have had a laptop that was mine. I would not have had a private space to learn, and I probably would have been outside with those young people that you saw trying to figure out where to grab some Wi-Fi. And so thank you for being a scrappy jump in and problem solver, because you've done a really big thing for the city. And we see it across our schools, how young people engage, but across communities that are typically disconnected. So you started to talk about the Workforce Development Advisory Board you started, which seems really exciting. Tell us more. We already told us a bit of the why, but tell us more about it and what you intend for it to do.
So first and foremost, I think, again, we're still at a place where our country does not have Wi-Fi. I'm an immigrant from South Korea. You can find free internet at high speed anywhere in the country, on the street, in a cafe, any public third shared space, you have free internet. We still don't have that in this country. So that's a huge problem, and I think we still need to push for free internet for all. Now that we've gotten it in public housing, we have to look at all the affordable housing units and especially our homeless shelters. I think it's also criminal that those who are unhoused don't have access to internet. How do you expect them to apply for jobs if they don't have access to internet? So that's problem one. I think the way that we have to look at it is, when we look at the overarching problem, we have to have basic connectivity and then basic digital literacy. So that's why the City Council funds AI digital literacy for seniors. And then we also are pushing for AI literacy for all of our public schools, which I hope to have within my lifetime. I won't throw any shade here right now, but we want to make sure that for all of our CUNYs and SUNYs and all of our public schools for grade school, that we have some sort of technological learning, especially AI learning. And that's why I'm also partnering with Pursuit and Perscolas. Right now, we're pushing for an AI core, because we're seeing an incredible amount of job stagnation that is historical, as well as a lot of fresh college grads who have their degrees in software development or whatever they may have studied that's in tech. They're coming back to us saying, hey, I can't find a job, and it's been 8 to 10 months since I graduated from MIT with a software engineering degree. That's because what used to take us 26 days to code now only takes 12 days. And I have no doubt that within a few months, it may take 2 days with vibe coding and all the other guardrails that we may have. So we want to make sure that we are trying to keep up with how the world is moving, and that means that our government also has a responsibility of setting up something like an AI core. That's what we had after the Great Recession called AmeriCorps, where we took young professionals or fresh college grads and we started to place them in different agencies within the government as well as nonprofits so that they could leverage their skills to upskill those who are on the ground, who are experts in their subject matter, but don't have the digital literacy that we need them to have. So we are hoping to stand up an AI core. You can do me a favor and call your local council member, look up who your council member is, and say, I really want to fund an AI core for Pursuit and Perscolas, because that's what's going to help us create that program where we can now give fresh college grads and young professionals a job, and we will deploy them into our local nonprofits, our hospitals, as well as our government agencies to say, okay, Mr. So-and-so or Mrs. So-and-so, the commissioner of DSNY or the commissioner of Department of Environmental Protections, I am going to teach you how to use AI, an LLM, or we can create an SLM to make sure that you are going to have the most efficiency as possible. And it does not mean we replace human beings, but it means that we have now a new coworker that is agentic AI that will save you time and optimize what you need to do per day so that we could work at a faster speed and work through all this bureaucracy. So that's one. And two, because now we have oversight authority over workforce development and how the government is trying to make our workforce development better, we have monthly hearings where we can say, okay, we just had one on higher education, of how higher education workforce development is going and what we want to have oversight on. We're about to have one on early childhood education workforce development with Jen Gutierrez, who's just on the panel right before me, another council member. So in order for us to do that, we've now stood up the first workforce development committee task force, where the advisory committee is made up of stakeholders in various job sectors. So everything from trade, skills, labor unions, education advocates from CUNY, early childhood education and public schools, and workforce cooperative organizations, technology organizations such as BetaNYC, and older adult advocates and New York City employment and training coalitions, et cetera. So we meet every single month and we hear from them directly of how it's affecting them. For example, one of the first flags I got was from a labor union who was extremely startled that some of their employers were using biometric data as well as geotagging. Instead of clocking in and clocking out, they were looking at your location tag to say, what time did you enter my building? What time did you leave for lunch? What time did you come back in? And how long were you in lunch for? And if you were if you were in line for a promotion, they looked at your biometric data because they gave you a free Apple Watch or an Oura Ring. And then they're like, out of the 5 people who are competing for this job, which one has the best health? Because who are we investing in? Someone that has cardiovascular health risks who may die at 45? Or do we want to invest in someone who has great health and will die at 85? So clearly there's a lot going on because it's not just our jobs. We know that an algorithm and some sort of agentic AI is probably looking at your job application and deciding whether or not you need to have an interview. But we also know that the discrimination is further than that. It's also going into who deserves to live in this house. For Meta, they had a huge lawsuit where we had a case during the Biden administration where Meta was allowing housing companies, so housing developers, to serve digital ads for housing, but it was the same thing that we had in 1930s where it was redlining. But now it's digital redlining, where the ads were only being served for that housing unit to white people and Asians and of a certain income level. So now the discrimination is going a little bit deeper and we have to be aware of it. And now I've probably frayed so far off of workforce development, I will pass the mic.
No, but I mean, you did a great job. As a teacher, and again, like you went from workforce development to really like, what do we need to be thinking about in terms of guardrails in these opportunities, and what are the things we need to make sure that the folks who are employing the workforce, right? Like, how are we holding them accountable? So all really important stuff as we're thinking about this. But for just get some other voices on the panel, tell me a little bit about what kinds of partnerships between universities, nonprofits, government agencies are most effective for building a diverse public interest workforce, what we are trying to populate. Where do those exist? What does that look like?
I can go. If you all are not familiar, BetaNYC has hosted a Civic Innovation Fellowship for over 10 years in partnership with CUNY. It's been such an incredible ride, and historically we've partnered with CUNY Service Corps. Raise your hand if you've heard that before. Okay, a couple of folks. Oh wow, more than I thought. You know, that was really our avenue to being able to have access to students that were from very different backgrounds, and for it not to be just campus-based, right? That program has been defunded over the years, and individual campuses now have the responsibility to stand up that program. So, you know, we are trying to rebuild this pipeline where, you know, CUNY students really get the access to technology, literacy, civics literacy. You know, I think of all of our fellows and also now our staff like Naima and Dimitri, like how do we really expose folks to real world work environments and give them the opportunities to lead sincerely. And I think that has been such an example of success, and we are developing a public interest tech workforce development program currently.
And I'll add on to that, the partnership with BetaNYC has been, as Jazzy said, a long-running partnership. CUNY is also partnered with the city and the Tech Talent Pipeline and the Small Business Services to create apprenticeship programs, internship programs that specifically help students get into tech careers, but not necessarily public interest tech careers. And so recently, as the new administration came in, we were all asked to, what's our sort of dream memo? We put together a memo internally to build out a public interest tech apprenticeship program, and we imagined at BetaNYC supporting with that. And the kind of key there is, who are the people that we're partnering with to place students? And so obviously city agencies, CUNY has an internship program with OTI and other city agencies. There's always questions about how to then those students who get that internship experience transition into a potential civil service role. There are hurdles that are sometimes insurmountable. That's one I think issue to deal with. The other component is that there's a really vibrant nonprofit community, folks who are thinking about, all right, what do we do with our data? What do we do? We have decades of data. Can we use this? Can we use it safely to better serve our constituency? So the CUNY Public Interest Tech Lab has been building relationships with these folks, and we have a Robin Hood Learning and Technology Fund grant too, and we have these folks working. They're in a graduate class with students, and they're puzzling through some of these questions together. And we're looking for those students to now potentially intern over the summer with those agencies and build out some of the things that they're working through in their class. We think that this is an interesting model to potentially build on. Cornell Tech does it through the Public Interest Tech Studio, well funded by Siegel Family Endowment, but perhaps we can do this with city funding, CUNY is part of the AI Corps, and we can work with your council members.
Or become your council member.
There you go.
Just continuing, and Keith, I bet in that memo, the dream memo, you also start to think about who's historically included from these opportunities. And so would love for you to talk about how can we start to think about addressing the barriers that exclude, the historically marginalized communities from entering the tech sector?
I know why I'm being asked this question, having worked in public education for over a decade and worked on these systemic initiatives. But you heard it from Council Member One. Like the one of the issues is internet, and if we don't have internet, then we can't do any of this work. But then we also need a device, and then the students also need opportunities to learn technology skills, computing skills, data analysis skills. They need that not just in their sort of formal curriculum, but they also need people asking about it, projects to work on. They need, if they don't have devices and internet, they don't have time to just play and experiment and work on these things sort of in the non-school hours. These are systemic issues, and there's one. I would definitely recommend folks go to the Public Interest Tech Lab pop-up. There have been presentations there by people in the community that I think are addressing some of these things. And me sitting up here, somebody that works on these problems and these initiatives, it feels a little bit disingenuous when there's people from these communities that are sort of talking about, all right, what does it mean for a Black youth to be able to represent themselves? What does it mean? What knowledge does that community have already? Like W.E.B. Du Bois was making data visualizations before anybody. Yep. And we usually come at these problems, this sort of, computer science education, we need to come and add it into these communities when there already is a wealth of knowledge, and we don't really ever start there and then build up. And so not only are there systemic issues, but then there's also issues with the way that we try to solve some of these issues with these initiatives that sort of treat communities as lacking, and that something needs to be added. And this is very difficult to try to, I think, unravel and to change the way that we approach this work.
Mm-hmm. Lori, I see you trying to.
I mean, that's why we need a social worker. Just to add on and expand a little bit, I think we also need to recognize, and Tech Talent Pipeline does this really well, that part of the barrier to entry is getting paid, right? And so you can't expect people to do free labor if they're coming from, and I am in a private institution, and we have food insecurity probably at similar rates to CUNY's food insecurity rates, which suggests to me that even my privileged students are not able to take an unpaid internship, right? Or some portion of them, some big enough portion of them to make a difference. And so we have, in addition to sort of all of the good work that the Workforce Development Committee is going to do through City Council, we have a really rich ecosystem in New York City of funders, right? Private philanthropists, like anyway, I could say a lot about private philanthropy, but we have a very rich foundation ecosystem, many of whom claim that their purpose or one of their platforms is poverty alleviation. And we know that the best way to get someone out of poverty is to offer them a sustainable job. And so I think that partnering these sort of engagements where people are invited into settings that they might not ordinarily be exposed to, right? So city government or state government has the same sort of comparable problems and needs a lot of technical assistance that is not coming from OpenAI Gov. Sorry, I have a position, OpenAI Gov, and where we're not sort of selling our data out to private industry. And so there are I think, public-private partnership models that might offer pathways where students can have a sustainable experience, build their CV, build their resume, and then and not be expected to do free labor. I think that doesn't work for a lot of people.
Absolutely. And just love to, because you started, lifting up your social worker, and even in the conversation we just had, love for you to talk about what role should community organizations play in shaping how digital services are designed and delivered? We started this chat outside before we walked in, but I think it's a real important conversation.
So I think in comparable to the foundation ecosystem in New York City, we have something like over 100,000 nonprofit organizations, and they're doing everything from policy advocacy to early childhood to older adult services. Friends, if you're looking to get some on-the-ground experience, go to a provider of older adult services. Those folks are on paper, right? So we're not talking about data cleaning in any way that maybe a person who's an engineer would understand. We're really talking about digitizing historic records. And I believe those records have useful information in them, but first we have to get them into a format that people can use. That's kind of an aside from your question. I think that the agency system in New York City, or the community-based organization folks, are doing the hard work of engaging with communities that we were just talking about, and they understand community need and can serve, again, maybe as a translator between government, universities, tech firms, and the communities that they represent. And so as sort of trusted representatives of community, they both need their own digital infrastructure, but they also can hold space for community members to come together and represent what they need in digital infrastructure, right? So some of what Councilmember Wan was talking about in a project in the UK is called a minimum digital standard of living, right? So we have a minimum wage in the United States. It's not perfect by far, but in the UK, they're talking about sort of what is the hardware, the literacy, the broadband that someone needs in order to meaningfully engage in civic life. And I think that our agency ecosystem, right, these community-based organizations, both need to be brought up to a minimum digital standard, but also represent folks who could also benefit from that digital standard.
I'd love to add with a story. So before I worked at BetaNYC, I was working at another nonprofit at a daytime shelter for unhoused youth. And it was during the pandemic. I was thinking about the pandemic as well and internet access. One, in that nonprofit, there were singular job roles just based on helping young people navigate SNAP benefits. So entire roles were dedicated to like understanding that this is a barrier and we need people on the ground to support our young people going through this. And another thing is that, how do you replace something that has to be in person, right? Like, of course, unhoused young people will not have access to laptops, sometimes a cell phone, but it's like that was really a huge challenge, and I saw our team kind of like struggle to meet the moment. And I think that's really when a light bulb came off for me, is like, I understand how severely important it is not only to have access to the technology, but to understand how to use it. It's a quality of life issue. That being said, you know, the role of nonprofits, we are conveners. Our power is relationships and trust. So if, you know, government really wants authentic feedback on how things are going on the ground, we can provide that because we have the relationships with our constituents and with government as well. And I think we just always need to be collaborating with each other. It's not just like a one-time thing, like, oh, I'm in the workflow, got the nonprofits feedback, and then we're done.
For sure, and I like to challenge us also always when we talk about nonprofits that they actually do the most profitable work in our community. And so I really like to think of us as community prophets, right? We are the ones who are on the ground and aware. You know, I think about a similar example in the Bronx, which is where I live and have spent most of my career. Bronx businesses during the pandemic received the lowest numbers of PPP loans. Why? Access. Simple, plain. No internet, no laptop, no access. Simple. And so with that, Council Member Juan, how can cities and community organizations create clearer pathways, career pathways into the digital public service roles that'll solve for some of these, you know, once the work you did was about creating access and connectivity, and now it's about bridging that divide into the access space?
The most common conversation that I'm having right now with college students or high school students, college students who are looking for higher education and college and high school students who are looking to go to college, is not a discussion of what program should I apply to. It's a discussion of how am I going to afford this. The federal government has now cut funding and has frozen all of our FAFSA, so for our financial aid for our students. It used to be that you could get a 0% loan for your higher education, for college or for grad school, at 0%. Through the government, and now instead what you're forced to do is take a personal loan or a private loan for 15 to 25% interest. That is crippling. And people are trying to discern, Julie, should I go to college or should I just take this code academy class and try to make by? And both pathways are fine, but it should not be such a difficult choice for people to make. So we have to make sure. During the last council speaker, so Adrienne Adams, she was the first Black woman ever elected to speakership. She made sure that we invested in re-entry into education, to higher education. So she invested over $10 million for CUNY so that single moms who had left their university or college education to have their child and then to survive by making money, they were able to come back for free and get a higher degree at no cost. So I think as we once had, CUNY was at no cost tuition for New York City residents, especially for immigrants. We have to look at a model to fund that again. And we have to make hard choices and not fund things that don't matter to us, like ICE, but instead fund things that really matter, like an education, so that people can survive. We've also had a huge problem with the federal government declassifying things like social work, architecture, nursing, basic things that we need for humanity to survive, to be eligible for student debt forgiveness as well as for 0% interest loans. It's clear to me that we're reliving the past. We seem to be very forgetful of history. That there is clear white supremacy at play where they don't want any sort of socioeconomic mobility for people of color or for immigrants or anyone low income, and they want to keep you there. So what I look at is how do we make sure that we're fighting for funding to stray away from what the current government is doing on a federal level to say the local government is where the buck stops. We have to protect our people. And that means that we have to look at ways to be the stopgap measure so that our schools can be fully funded and our students have a pathway. And, you know, now that we're all friends and family here, I'm going to just tell you the truth. I have a real...
Haven't told us the truth because you've been dropping truth bombs since you got here.
I have some real beef with the current education system for our public schools where they say, okay, we can't roll out an AI curriculum until all of the existing teachers are fully equipped and trained to teach the AI curriculum. And teachers are wonderful and great. We should pay them even more, and everyone is great. Nobody should lose their jobs. But if we wait that long, all those students will be too late, and our workforce will be too late. In China, kids are learning how to code at 3. I think we have a serious problem in our education system now, in our public education, in moving at the speed that we need to. Because teaching AI curriculum should not be a replacement for our general teachers. It is a supplement, just like an extracurricular, like music or art or gym. We just need to bring in a teacher who is already trained in that expertise to supplement the other teachers and equipping our existing teachers with AI hardware devices and handhelds or whatever they want to do. I know that we're currently giving feedback to the Department of Education now on how we're going to work with AI within the Department of Education, but we're just burning time at this point. And what I tell most students is to just go online and take your own courses. And at this point, you can also just learn how to vibe code. It's not that hard. And like we were hearing, we do have a serious problem with hardware, because I have some very intelligent students that come to me, they say, hey, Julie, look at what I built. But if I had access, if I had more money and I could access AWS Blackstone, I could make this scale so much at a higher speed, but I don't have the money to do that. Where can I get funding? So I think we have to really look at it on the baseline level of making sure that there's digital equity for everyone.
I think this group agrees with you in so many ways, right? Like, the fact of the matter is, if we wait to train the workforce, first of all, young people are going to move faster than the speed of light anyway. They're not going to wait for us. And so we're waiting for nothing. And I think it's a real important opportunity for public education to really think about how you leverage and lift student voice, because we can learn so much from students around how to use the new technology. So we want to create space for you all to jump into this conversation, and so would love to open the floor for questions for these amazing panelists. And we may lose Councilmember Wand at some point, Wand, soon. So let's give her a round of applause. Thank you for being a hero for us and stepping up. I'll see you guys at the No Kings March. All right, we'll see you right here.
Hi. Good afternoon. I just wanted to give a big thanks to you guys, because I am somebody who grew up in the shelter system in the Bronx, and I am a CUNY Lehman College student. I'm currently going for the first graduating class for data science and AI and business. It's a dual degree. But anyway, so I just want to give a big thanks to you guys. I actually did visit the pop-up, and I think that for the first time, I feel like there's a place that hears us, understands us, and wants to actually help. And I think that what you guys are doing is so important. And as someone who's lived it, experienced it, and it's very relevant, very real, and a little scary when I think you're uneducated about these things that are happening, I just wanted to thank you guys for all that you do and all that you're working towards, because it's really meaningful and it means a lot to me.
Thank you. Yes. Right over here.
Hello. Hi, I'm Jackie. I'm here with some data folks from CUNY's Office of Career and Industry Partnerships. I had a question about, Councilmember Wan mentioned like AI literacy things in CUNY's lifetime. Like, lifetime is a long period of time. And Mr. Patel, perhaps you can speak to this. What are you seeing with a timeline here on building AI within CUNY and learning?
That is a great question that plagues me on a daily basis. I mean, Councilmember Wan, all due respect, it does take a long time to roll these things out across a system. The thing is, though, and I just sort of lucked into this, and given the work that I was doing in teacher ed, that you just sort of found the faculty community was doing a lot more than we thought they were doing. And so the question I also have about the K-12 system is, are teachers also doing a lot more than we think they're doing? And it sort of is a little bit going back to this idea that, like, communities that we like, all right, we just sort of assume a lot of things about different communities, and we don't necessarily start with, all right, what do you know? What are you actually already doing? And can we build off of that? And so what is it, like, AI literacy who is defining that? Is it the tech companies? Is it OpenAI? Or do we get to define AI literacy and what it means at the community level, and then we support and build on that? And so we, like at CUNY, for example, we have this community called the Don't AI Alone network. There are about 150 faculty from across every campus who are already doing stuff. They're experimenting. There might be big projects. It might be NSF-funded research projects. It might just be a little experiment that they're doing on their own. And so can we build on that and help them expand and scale what they're doing with strategic funding? Can we get it into gen ed courses so that we sort of create a little bit of a baseline for all students on how to critically use AI? And then can we integrate it into different career paths? So for example, the data science and AI program is something that we're looking to expand and see at many more campuses. Hopefully in the next couple of months, we'll announce in partnership with the Tech Talent Pipeline that we're launching more of these programs with funding for faculty to build them at different campuses. That we're also launching hopefully courses in different programs, and not just computer science programs, hopefully also like social work programs, psychology programs, sociology programs, that, because it's not just computer scientists that need to know this.
Also want to add, can't speak to what's within CUNY, but throughout our conversation, I've really been thinking about scrappiness. I think Dr. Porter, you mentioned that. When larger institutions maybe don't meet your needs, I find that our communities, grasp the moment and make it happen regardless. At BetaNYC, we are involved with a couple of initiatives. We participated in the ACE initiative where we taught a handful of nonprofits 101 AI. And I think I really want to focus on it wasn't just here it is, use it, but really start a conversation about what is it? It's not just ChatGPT. It's predictive text on your phones. Really invite folks for where they're at and maybe how they feel about it, and talk about the pros and cons, and really empower people to say, if you want to use this, great. If you don't want to use this, this is also how you can protect yourself. So TLDR, we are hoping to have public 101 AI classes, if that's of interest to anyone.
We're good here, there, and then you'll take the last one. I think we'll run out of time by the time I get to you.
Thank you so much. So my question is, within the current situation with regards to public funding on education related to AI, which aspect would you say is the most lacking? Is it the workforce knowledge of the AI aspect to teach your students, or the lack of hardware to get the students to be familiar with how you interface with them, or the overall funding related to just both aspects of training the teachers and the support staff, or to buy the hardware? Which one is arguably the biggest pain point?
Above? I mean,
just pick one if you have to.
all of the above. Sorry, I just want to say, there's a tiny crack of light in the federal landscape on funding. It came out, I don't know, in the last few days, where National Science Foundation has said, we will work to, I'm gonna try to say this without sounding sarcastic. We will work towards, a program that under the TIPS Directorate, and I forget what TIPS stand for, but is oriented around AI literacy for all workers. And that it goes K-12 down, but also K-16 up and out into communities. And so I think that we do have a new federal AI policy. In order to make that active, they have to fund that initiative. And that's where a lot of those components come from, right? Those building blocks.
It's not here.
All right, so yeah, all of the above for sure, but if you're asking me to pick one, so Lori addressed the sort of federal issue, I wonder if at a public level, or sorry, a local level, sort of riffing on what Councilmember Wan was talking about and the work that she's done, that if there was a public infrastructure, a hardware infrastructure with some software support, that we could enable communities, empower communities to start building and doing and sort of not necessarily, again, like what do they already know? What are they already trying to do? And so, one example of this in France is the Capital project, where they used, this is getting a little bit technical, Jupyter notebooks, but they put everything is on the client side. And so this is specifically for high schools where there's just a couple of content management servers where people can log in and save their files. But then if they want to be able to work with data, build out like programming exercises or assignments, teachers can build their own Jupyter notebooks, deploy that, share that with their students in a very simple way. And it creates an infrastructure, a public infrastructure for people to start being able to learn and code and build exercises, and they share it with each other, a little bit like if you're familiar with Scratch or other environments where you can share your projects. It's a very simple, it's a very low cost way of just getting people involved. And I wonder, like, if we were to tack something on like that with our open data, existing open data sets, and you can easily start working with open data sets, creating exercises, CUNY faculty could use it, K-12 could use it. Does that, something like that, does that sort of spur innovation in a way that like maybe takes care of some of these other issues? And we're not trying to necessarily pay for everything to be solved all at once.
Does this work? Oh, yeah. Hi, my name is Gabriel. I'm a data engineer at the Office for Technology and Innovation. I guess thank you for this panel. It's really interesting. I think a lot of the discussion around access and opportunity to training is super important. But I guess I just want to draw out that, like, I think most people here would probably agree that, like, big tech doesn't necessarily have our best interests at heart, or doesn't necessarily have like a particular vision for the changes that are happening in the economy that would align with what we all want. And I guess I just want to draw, like, how do we ensure that, like, you know, when we're talking about training or building a AI literate public interest workforce, we're doing so in a way that, you know, it's like New York is, you know, New York, I think I saw a stat recently, is the largest, you know, municipal procurer in the world. We spend more money than the GDP of Iceland. And, you know, we've got a huge workforce, we've got powerful unions. You know, how do we make sure that, like, we can have as much of a say as possible in this transition, which is still very much underway, is being done in a way that, you know, is best for students and workers and for our institutions and for our city?
So it may not be sexy, but I think procurement guidelines are incredibly important, and clarifying, and OTI is probably really well positioned to do that work and engage community stakeholders in what that could look like. There is, I know it sounds a little silly, but the city of San Jose has an incredible procurement set of guidelines. They have all their materials. It is publicly available, right, because they're a city and that is their mandate. I think it is time for New York City we have the AI Algorithmic Auditing Committee. I don't exactly know what they do. Maybe someone here can tell me about that later. But I think procurement guidelines are really important, and that it would also allow the foundation ecosystem and the nonprofit ecosystem to have a model to look towards, right, that is trustworthy. Because I can tell you, because I work with folks in community-based settings and in local gov, you know, OpenAI and Claude are coming for us. And so, like, that is not acceptable. This is our data. We don't need to train their models. Sorry, I'm super ranty about this, but I think that procurement guidelines is an awesome place to start, because it would help, it would provide a place to look towards for this entire ecosystem of community providers and stakeholders.
I actually wanted, so harping on what Gabriel said, I think I'm more concerned about big tech and how, because by the way, my name is Krizia. I am a founder of Femcubator. It's a nonprofit that is geared for education for women in tech. But I've been working alongside these students since 2021, and the big problem is getting hired. So I think one of the things that I want to ask is, can we curate that pipeline so that it benefits civic tech first? I guess that's the question, if there's more from Lori, or I guess BetaNYC also, with all of the initiatives that you all are doing. Because I'm concerned, even in my job right now, we don't prioritize juniors to get hired. So it will be a big problem for these students to get a job afterwards. So I think in terms of creating that policy, it should benefit the government first or even civic tech. So I guess my question is there any considerations about that, right? So we're protecting ourselves in the future of like this big tech of AI coming at us is not even intending to stimulate the labor market, but more of to just kill us all, essentially. And I'm not a doomer, but I'm in education, and all of the people that I help to get jobs are all jobless right now. So we all feel that, and that's just a question that I have for the panel, is like consideration about labor market and all of that for AI.
I think that's a great question, and I think that's one that also plagues BetaNYC daily, speaking of questions that plague us. I can speak to our strategy, which is we leverage our own networks, we expose our fellows to those networks, and we give them direct opportunities to work with those people. I think, if you ask anyone on the street, like, what is public interest technology? I think we're still figuring it out, right? And it's like, it means roles at nonprofits, roles in government, like we're kind of building the plane as we fly it. And I think also, working with past fellows and past cohorts, it's a really, I think, tough position to be in because some of them do end up in private tech, and I think that's also great for them because they want to rise in economic status, right? So to be frank, we want to expose them to as much opportunity as possible, and where they land, we want to continue to support and protect them.
I know we're running out of time, but I wonder, like, the jobs aren't there right now. The internships aren't there. It's funny that you need you need experience for an entry-level job. So you need that internship, and they just don't exist right now. And I wonder if we want to be able to have some governance on our data, and we want to be able to ensure that everybody has access to AI tools and to open data, can we build public infrastructure for that? And can the jobs, the people that are needed come from these institutions, come from programs like yours, where we're funneling in the talent coming out of New York City to build the public infrastructure for New York City? And that's tools that let people get hands-on with data. That's AI tools. I know it's crazy to think, oh, maybe are we going to buy hardware and GPUs to fund our, create our own models? But I don't know, why not? Like, we can't just leave all this up to tech funds and keep buying from them. And like, eventually it's going to cost a lot more than it currently costs. So yeah, I'm just going to plug public infrastructure, public AI infrastructure.
So I'm going to offer apologies, my friend who had the last question, but I promise they'll all stay and answer them if you want, okay? But I thank you all for being such active participants in this conversation, and let's thank this amazing panel for all the work that they're doing in this space. Excellent, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Porter and panelists. We're headed to lunch. I hope everybody enjoys. It's always, I think, the best lunch at any event that I've ever been to. No rubber chickens here. Go enjoy.
are my first one, I tried to get more, but I was over the lunch, so I probably got
Oh, okay. I thought you meant business model in terms of like. Right. You know, what's your I'm so nervous to die because like today did you see today like the train when Wait, really? Wait, which train? Oh, which one? So we have to go uptown. I have to go uptown and come back down.
I think I took the 7 train because I was in Grand Central. I think I went to the 7 train to go to Hudson Yard and
So we started doing that all the way back to
yeah. Well, yeah, after this conference, yeah, because like
how long is that?
yeah, no, I mean it's also because like I have to attend like my grandma's birthday and it's scheduled today, and I really want to meet up with a friend. I do, but I don't really want to drive to New York City. It's like the traffic's really fucking crazy. Yeah, no, that's why I don't want to do it. And I'm like, I'd rather not do that. So. It's absolutely terrible. And I'm like, no. No, it's like, it's diabolical because like, my mom, she would drive. And it's just like, the traffic to get in New York City by car is atrocious. I'm like, I don't want to drive. Like, I don't want to drive like that. Like, that's, I think I'd just be frustrated like so much. Like, have some road rage. Like, not, no, not like that. No, I think I would just be very irritated and just like curse. Just curse.
That would be so funny. So you've been in Connecticut all your life?
Yeah, pretty much almost all my life, and then Cornell is in New York, like upstate New York, so.
So like not too
Yeah, like 5 hours. So, I liked it. It's like very difficult, but I also like the people, like especially like the alumni. Like there's this guy, his name is Billy Chen. He would like organize so many meetups all over the country, and it's like so crazy. I'm like, I don't know how this guy literally. Yeah, he would like fly a lot too, and like sometimes he'll be like, oh, I'm in California, and then like the next following weeks he's like, oh, I'm in New York City, and I'm like, how does this guy like fund, and he's not even funded too. Yeah, that too. But like, he's like all over. He's all over LinkedIn for me, because. Some of the ways that like I'll probably just send this to like like jobs on like LinkedIn, and then like the recruiters be like, "Oh, I'm hiring for this. Let's find this guy." Yeah, this is him. This is the guy I'm talking about. Yeah, that's him. For now, #1 by 2050. I don't know why he put that. Yeah, no, he's like, I'm visiting DC today, and I'm like, I don't know. He's like all over. Like, I saw him in person like a couple of times. So yeah, no. He's like, yeah, it's so wild though. It's like I'm back in DC, and then I don't know. Yeah, I think I'm gonna also finish my law trip. Yeah, we can like meet up tomorrow. Yeah, for sure.
It's a small business. It was really good meeting you.
Yeah, it's nice meeting you too.
You have my.
I have your Instagram.
You wanna text me?
Yeah, cool. I'll send you my blog.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I love to read it. And make sure to write your book as well.
Oh yeah, no, now I'm gonna keep myself accountable for that too. I have to watch like, I think it was like the documentary. It's a documentary, I have to write it because it's relevant to my novel, because they're gonna like, it's like a documentary they have to watch for the class. So I'm in that part now.
It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
And yeah, I'll probably text you to meet tomorrow.
Oh yeah, of course. Take care.
Yeah, that's why we gotta go early.
But it's great that it's so well attended.
It's true. I thought people were not gonna show up because all the trains were not working. Okay, yeah, there too. Haley, see you after. Yeah, see you after. Last year I introduced her and Sir, so her and GP. And it was like the two people that I've worked with at my job that I kind of was always like, you know more than me. Haley, what are you gonna do? I thought it was 2:30.
Hey, how's it going? Going fine. I got my stuff down over there, but I wanted to. Can I show you something real quick? Yeah, sure. Oh, so first of all, I texted my friend Derek does Shy Hack Night. He's with DataMade, and I mentioned to him that you shouted out the server, so he's going to see them.
Great, yeah, I got a chance.
It's very kind of you.
Oh, no, I mean, Scott Robin is great. I corresponded with him a little bit, and then I got a chance to have like a phone call with him a couple weeks ago. And, you know, he's excited. He was like, just like excited. Everyone's excited.
That's
building
great.
on something new.
That's great. Thank goodness open source is not. We're not totally dead yet.
Yeah. No, it's a great experience.
Good. And thanks for all the resource building and all the work you're doing. I mean, you're carrying things forward here.
Like the AI tools have enabled me to build what I've always thought about.
And I'm. So in much the same way, a decade ago I had a Rails app for questions and answers. Called Ask Them. This is before I did the project called Councilmatic. But anyway, then I built it. I remember Ask Them. Yeah. Well, that's cool. Well, I just built it again. Over the weekend, basically, right? Yeah. It took about recreating the site in Next.js. It took about Claude used. It took about 5 hours. It was unbelievable.
But I can tell you, it took you 5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I had the whole. Yeah, so I had the whole flow here. Yeah. But anyway, and also Anthropic has a moderation. So now we can make sure that the questions aren't going to be like, when did you stop, et cetera, et cetera. Instead now it can be just about official duties. Great. Isn't that great? Yeah. And so obviously now I'm and it's actually because I'm still doing my news site in Flood. But if I'm being honest with you here, it's hard to stay off Claude Code. I know. I'm gonna have to add Claude Code to my blue sky ban list. Because I'm oh right, I want to do that. And then I'm I should just go do that. And then I could easily spend 2 hours just seeing what it's about. Yeah.
We should be in touch in person. All of us.
I mean, it's crazy. I do one of my cooperative projects has the writer Paul Ford in it who writes about code for things like Bloomberg, and he did a New York Times piece about it, and he's also been sort of carrying forward.
Writing on the train. He was when I get off the train, I read that piece, and I had that experience. I do love the train.
So so yeah, so finally now, because I was never good enough at JavaScript, or like, so like my stuff wouldn't work, and then I just be like, all right, fine, like, I don't know, I can make a stack site, like, is that good enough? You know, like, but like, why a bunch of stuff is going wrong with this? Like, and now it's like JavaScript. I can't believe it. So it's really bad.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what them.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna try to see if I can find someone to help me roll it out. It's like it's a side project right now. Slowly just go full time. But we can use the tool for slide.
Test. Test.
Oh, hello.
Test. Test.
He said that was someone who worked at
Test.
I know. Impressed.
One thing really quick is a friend of mine works at Columbia Libraries, and she'd love to have you come do some podcasts if you're interested. Showing it to a university.
I have to. I'm over the next couple weeks. I'm trying to figure out how to get into that was a recommended text.
Especially because she's very like prepared to activate, and I want to use it to get a lot of data from.
Hello.
Perfect. Whichever one. You just turn that one off and leave it there, and I'll use this guy.
Okay. In case you.
They did not look at me while he does it, just to be a jerk. Yeah, just running around like, but like watching me out of the corner of his eye, so you know it was like.
Oh, and you did too.
All right, folks, we're going to get started in about 2 minutes. So if you can find a seat and get comfy, this is a popular session. No surprise. Okay, we'll be back. We'll be back together in 2 minutes. You don't have to be quiet. You can just sit.
I was going to say, I'm so glad that you're here. It's so nice that the city is being part of this, having people here and like being present like, for the conference.
Just gonna turn off your microphone.
We've been going to separate sessions so we get more.
One of my, I have to work with spreadsheets a lot of like things like campaign finance information, and so then we always to link a couple of them. We always just use a simple VLOOKUP formula, and that might be like a field that's totally admin, which is obviously I know, but obviously I can to an AI
Excuse me?
service.
I'm gonna turn off the speaker. Hold on. Okay. Yes.
All right. Hello, welcome back. We good on the live stream? Okay, I see a thumbs up back there. Excellent. Welcome back, everyone. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch and is nourished and hydrated and ready to learn. This is the 2:30 AI and Government Opportunities for the Mamdani Administration, a very popular session. Excited to see you all here. And no surprise because we have, I think, maybe the single best panel that has ever been assembled here because I have worked with all of them and they are wonderful and lovely as humans and also as just people who are extremely thoughtful about the way the government can leverage the tools and technologies that are out there in order to, really serve New Yorkers, which is what we are all here to do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our moderator, Genevieve Godet.
Thank you, Martha. In one of the sessions earlier, Dr. Misha Porter described what we're in right now as a moment of opportunity. And this conversation is really going to kind of double down on what does that mean for us, especially in city government. And I think it's really important to lay some context that New York City has more history with algorithmic accountability than almost any city in the country, right? Over a decade ago, the city launched one of the first automated decision-making task forces. In 2017, you passed Local Law 49 to study how the city uses algorithms. And in 2021, the city passed the Automated Employment Decision Tool Law, which requires bias audits for any tool that is making hiring decisions in the city. In 2023, something we'll talk a lot about in this panel today, the Office of Technology and Innovation published one of the first of its kind action plans that laid out how city agencies could responsibly adopt AI. And then, just at the end of last year, New York City enacted the GUARD Act. This is a set of laws that's designed to make the city's use of AI and automated decision-making more transparent and more accountable. It created the Office of Algorithmic Accountability, which oversees the ways that agencies procure and use public impacting AI, and overall are meant to move the city toward a more formal review process with public visibility and really clear guardrails for future government AI use. And now, with the new administration, the city has a new CTO and a new mandate, and there's a chance to ask, how should the Mamdani administration approach AI, and what are the opportunities to improve service delivery and continue the city's role as a leader in AI governance? And today, to answer some of those questions, we're really lucky to be in conversation with 3 current and former civil servants, experts, and lovely humans. On the panel today, we have Alex Ford, Assistant Commissioner for Research and Collaboration at New York City's Office of Technology and Innovation, where he's been at the center of the city's AI governance work for years, including serving as the city's original, I'm gonna get this right, Algorithms Management and Policy Officer, and led the development of New York City's 2023 AI Action Plan. Alex is one of the people who has built the infrastructure that the new administration is inheriting. Alex, welcome. We also have Tayeb Walker, Associate Commissioner for Data Engineering and Governance at New York City's Office of Technology and Innovation, where he's leading the city's data infrastructure and analytics work. Most recently, Tayeb was part of the team behind Benefits Engine, the city's first cross-agency personalized benefits recommendation system to go into the My City portal. Tayeb, welcome. And last, but certainly not least, we have Ariel Kennan, Senior Director at the Beck Center for Social Impact and Innovation at Georgetown, where she researches and advises on design, data, and technology for the equitable delivery of public benefits. Before Georgetown, Ariel founded the nation's first municipal service design studio at the New York City Mayor's Office of Economic Opportunity. Yes? So Ariel brings practitioner roots, a researcher lens, and the firsthand experience in city government to this conversation as well. Ariel, welcome. Hi, everybody. I'm Genevieve Godet. I'm director of Nava Labs at Nava PBC, where we study the ways that emerging tools, technologies, and practices can benefit public services and advocate for their adoption into agencies. I had the great fortune of working at that service design studio with Ariel and Tayeb, and I will be your moderator today. So, I would love for the folks in the panel to set some context about where are we really starting from. And Alex, I was hoping you could go first. As OTI has completed most of the 37 actions laid out in the 2023 plan, what groundwork is actually there, and what can the new administration build on now?
Yep, great, thanks. Well, just for starters, I want to thank everyone for being here today, for BetaNYC for hosting us and having this panel, and my co-panelists for joining us with this. I think it really is important that we touched on some of the history in your introduction, because we've actually been at this for quite some time, for upwards of 7-8 years, sort of depending on where you start measuring, and what sort of vocabulary you think is relevant for this conversation. But to give just a little bit more context, we started this work in 2018-ish or so with the Automated Decision Systems Task Force, which then evolved into this role of algorithms management and policy within the mayor's office at the end of the de Blasio administration. And then when the Adams administration began in 2022, the focus was on the creation of OTI as this sort of centralized technology office for the city. And that was sort of a new inflection point for us to think about the next stage of the work that we were doing around AI. At the end of 2021, the city had published a document called the New York City AI Strategy, which was a sort of precursor to the action plan, which laid out a lot of the sort of research and planning baseline to help the sort of general public and the city understand, what is AI even, because that was a pretty sort of important touch point at that point in time, and then to also start to say, okay, well, why will this matter? That 2021 sort of change to 2022 and 2023 gave us the opportunity to not just focus on sort of the baseline information, but more strategically thinking about what can we actually do. And that was the genesis of the action plan. The action plan was intended, as you can tell by the name, action, to be oriented around things that the city could actually do to move forward work that was intended to help balance responsible use and innovation. And that's sort of like the core of the document is, we want to be able to sort of say, AI has a lot of opportunities, the city's been using AI for decades, so it already has sort of shown its ability to support city agencies in their work, but we're acknowledging the fact that there's a special set of considerations for those technologies that fall under that umbrella of AI that warrant extra sort of care and attention. So the action plan was designed to be able to speak to both of those parameters and then lay out very concrete actions. That was published in 2023, and as you said, we're nearly done. 35 out of 37 actions have actually been addressed, but it was always intended to be the jumping off point for more. So the action plan in and of itself is sort of a springboard to say, okay, now that we've sort of articulated what the specific things that we as a city need to do, and then sort of built out the early infrastructure for that, then we need to keep doing that. So rather than thinking about things as a one-off, one initiative to be met, one sort of box to check. It's more about now how we sort of institutionalize and routinize the things that we're doing across the board. So the action plan covers a couple different areas of focus, governance, support for the city's workforce, support for procurement efforts, and all of the work that we've done from the actions of the action plan have been to say, okay, what sort of programming, what sort of initiatives can we support going forward, and then how do we keep current, and how do we make sure that these sorts of efforts are continuing in the longer run. So there's a lot that we've been doing on that front, and now as we move into, what year are we in? 2026. We are sort of saying, okay, like this is now going to be part of the way that the city does business, and our focus now is less on sort of these new initiatives and more the next steps, right? All of the follow-up from everything that we did.
Yeah, thank you for that. And when we're thinking about the ways that we deliver services kind of on those front lines, Tayeb, your work on the benefits engine is one of, I think, one of those very public-facing efforts, also AI adjacent. And I'm curious what you learned from that project about the conditions that really make that cross-agency data work happen effectively.
Sure. So let me start off first with a little bit contextualization about when we talk about the benefits engine. So the benefits engine is a service that we implemented back in November 2024 through the city's digitized childcare application. The benefits engine is premised on following, a few premises, built based on a few premises. Number one, that agencies, particularly human service agencies, connect thousands of households to benefits every year, or programs that they administer every year. And they do that quite often. A lot of those programs require that residents fill out applications. A lot of those applications tend to collect the same types of information, particularly if it's a means-tested program like household composition, income, expenses, assets, and whatnot. And however, most agencies really don't have the capacity or infrastructure as families are coming in and applying to screen those families or tell them about other services that are outside of their jurisdiction or outside their administration. The idea of the benefits engine is takes, and builds upon work that New York City has been doing for over 20 years or about 20 years. 20 years now. Another anniversary here, particularly with, if you're familiar with the Access NYC, but it's the city's public-facing screener. Everybody can go online, Access NYC, and screen themselves by putting that type of information I just named anonymously, and get a readout of up to 40 federal, city, state programs that they may be eligible for, okay? So the benefits engine is saying, well, we have this, and through the work of folks on this stage, that was a API was created several years ago. So why not, if administrative data is going through applications like this, why not connect that API to an application when we have the opportunity to do that? And screen persons, regardless of what they're applying for, screen them at the moment of entry for other programs. And so that is the concept behind the benefits engine. You asked what we learned through data sharing. I'm actually going to flip that because I've been in this too long. I would say actually what I have learned about data sharing that I brought to bear on that project, and that I think is also relevant for the conversation today. Number one, when it comes to kind of data sharing, and particularly when we're talking about resident information dealing with people, and all of the kind of, be it privacy or regulatory kind of constraints around it, you have to think about three things when you're talking about or considering data sharing projects. One, you have a compelling use case. And that compelling use case where we start is, how does this improve the lives of New Yorkers? So if we want to bring data together, if we want to do something with data that belongs to people that they are entrusting us with, how does that proposition improve their life? The second one is, what about privacy? And so in this case, how are we going to protect that? Obviously, to move data across, there is, the concept of disclosure. But there are also ways to kind of think about what actually really needs to be disclosed to make this project happen. And I think a lot of times data sharing projects and going into the benefits engine, you kind of get, you kind of start trying to peel off a lot of stuff where they're kind of honing in on what you really need. And the wonderful thing about that is there were two things that helped us move this project along. One, the Access NYC screener always utilized anonymized data. And so in this case, we could leverage that. Second, because people are now filling out an application, they're putting information about themselves. And they're through the child care application, we can also say, hey, can we have your consent to do this? And remove it from a dark pattern. In other words, if you're applying for child care, we will not force you to opt into the service as a condition of your child care eligibility. It is optional, it has no effect, and we make that very clear. And then the final one for data sharing is, and I think for AI governance too, as we kind of move forward, is what is, because we're talking about typically brokering information across one or more agencies, and agencies in fulfillment of their mission to better the lives of New Yorkers. The big question is if we're going to share information with one another, how does what you were asking me to do as an agency to share or bring you into the world of my clients, how does that improve or how does that benefit my clients? And so I say that these may sound like three kind of very simple things, but it took me a very long time to kind of make that sort of a premise of every sort of data sharing proposition. And that, I think, helped us kind of, one, set the tone for the benefits engine, help it bring it into kind of a safe implementation and move forward with it. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Ariel, I'm curious, from your position at the Beck Center and having such kind of deep knowledge of the ways that New York City thinks about designing and delivering these services, how do you see the efforts in the context of other city governments, even around the world, and what do you think the new administration can be building now?
Yeah, thank you all for having me here today, and thank you to BetaNYC for hosting. I think looking more nationally and, oftentimes, especially when we're thinking about things like benefits, New York City has a lot more in common actually with states than other cities because we uniquely administer programs like SNAP and Medicaid. I work a lot with states on benefits delivery in my work at Georgetown. And, I think we're seeing some really promising efforts where, sandboxes are being created, safe environments away from production systems, the same way we wouldn't, deploy other software code into production without thorough testing. Our AI systems also need to be in spaces where they're safe and secure and not touching things like PII, et cetera, as appropriately. I think doing some really great training, one on kind of overall best practices, safety, et cetera, but also on using these, it's a new tool. It works in ways that our other technologies do not work. And there's so much opportunity space. And so really helping empower public servants with the skills to be able to use AI in their work, think creatively. I think it's a huge opportunity for a lot of the technology capacity building that many of us have been trying to do for a long time inside government, either from inside or outside. And really an opportunity also to continue to empower public servants to be great stewards of technology, but also great buyers of technology. And I think that's a really important thing that the administration in New York can continue to be doing even better at. There's been some fun stuff coming out of other cities, and I think city competition is like really good and healthy. There's a really cool civic analytics package that came out this week that's Boston, Pittsburgh, and San Jose, where they're actually using Claude skills on top of their open data sets so that you can actually pull in structured data into policy analysis, and they have like a set of kind of standard policy things you might run using that data. It's super smart. It's the kind of thing where you're like, man, New York should be doing that. There's been some of that work happening from the outside. But I think that I would love to see the city really playing the leading role in that type of work.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we think about, the themes that I've even just heard from these initial kind of context setting questions, and a theme certainly Mayor Mamdani has shared a lot about, is that AI should be a lever for equity in addition to efficiency. You know, and I think it's important to acknowledge that New Yorkers have had some pretty visible poor experiences, like with the MyChat, you know, giving wrong information or systems that might feel opaque. And so I'm curious for folks, maybe we can start with Alex, to answer, how does the city build or rebuild public trust in AI-assisted services, and should that be the goal?
To answer the second question first, yes. Public engagement is a critical part of the use of technology in government generally, and then obviously has, as we talked about, sort of special implications for AI, given the way that AI works or the types of data or the volume of data sometimes that are being used for systems. So the general sort of position that we have is that public engagement is obviously going to be very context specific and unique, right? So the sort of engagement that one agency, if it's a human services agency, needs to do is going to look incredibly different than if you're an infrastructure agency. Your geographies may be different, your direct impact on individuals may be different or further removed. So we don't want to be overly prescriptive about what public engagement processes are, because there could be quite a wealth or sort of like a menu of options that are available. But certainly the idea of public engagement is a sort of a centerpiece of a lot of the work that we're doing. We built out a whole chapter in the action plan around public engagement, and have done some of our initial efforts to be able to actually meet the public directly and talk about the city's use of AI. We did a session last summer with the Queens Public Library, a couple of different branches, where we went and talked about some of the public reporting that we do, and actually some of that feedback made its way into changes that we made for the 2025 reporting based on what we had heard directly from the public. And I think to the other part of your question, you know, trust comes from the public's ability to understand how and why, essentially. So that's why the city is, I think, a leader in putting out public information about the way that it uses AI. We've been publishing a directory of algorithmic tools, which is the term of art that we use here in the city, for 6 years. We just published our 2025 report yesterday, so that's now available on nyc.gov/AI, so you can find it there. Like I said, we've been doing this for 6 years. We have, as far as we can tell, the only municipal level AI directory in the country. Not many examples elsewhere at the state or federal level. Well, there is one federal, but you know, it's the federal government, they can do it. And so the point there of transparency is that like that's where you start with making sure that people understand, again, the how and the why. And it goes a long way to be able to communicate out to the public and say, here's what you can see, right? Like you can see some tools that are about you know, risk prediction. You can see other tools that are about, you know, genetic modeling for the health department, right? Like there's a huge diversity and breadth of use cases that you can see. And I think when you look at that, it helps to create a clearer picture. And that helps to then sort of drive closer communication between the public and government. So that combination of transparency and the ability to have information out there, as well as more proactive engagement, is what we need to be able to make sure that there's that sort of continued feeling of trust.
That makes sense. Ty, I'm curious for your take on that.
Sure. So I'm going to plus on everything Alex said, but I'm going to contextualize it from, you know, sort of the spirit of this week. And one, should it be a goal? Yes. Two, how should we go about doing it? I think you don't have to look much further than what's happening in this room to kind of consider a model for how we build engagement around work that government is doing. Think about where open data and open data initiatives started years and years ago. They, you know, it wasn't, you know, I think probably the first data sets were, you know, how many windows, you know, how many windows are in my building, and look at where we are today. And so when we talk about engagement, I think, you know, we need to kind of, from a government point of view, really think about what engagement means. That, you know, providing information is one step, providing it in a kind of digestible way and understandable way, and then kind of talking with the public to make sure that that conversation, you know, and there's a fluency with what we hope is transparency is critical. So I'm going to leave it at that. I think, you know, we, through the open data, we can look, you know, what we've done here as kind of a correlate, many differences, but a correlate for how engagement happens and the potential and possibilities that when you do it and do it right.
Yeah, I think one thing I share with a lot of state leaders who are and government leaders who are AI curious is that AI is here, whether you like it or not. You might not be putting it on, NYC.gov in an application just yet for whatever purpose, but members of the public are using the commercial models, whether it's Gemini, which is just baked into Google searches now, or using Claude or using ChatGPT to ask questions about government services. And one really great way to erode trust is when they get bad or inaccurate or incomplete information in that query. And so I think it's a huge responsibility, and a great way to build trust is for governments to really think about how their information, their data can be structured and shared, and even work directly with the commercial models. A lot of them have been building teams that are working on specific domains, and so thinking not only about serving up information, but doing tasks within those domains that are more specialized. And I think that's just another really great way we can help improve trustworthiness in our services.
That makes sense. Alex, I want to ask you about the tension between that accountability and wanting to be, wanting to move, be operationally agile, and be delivering these services to staff and to city staff, or to New Yorkers and to city staff. Can you talk a little bit about that tension and how you see that getting resolved in the new administration?
Sure. I think tension is sometimes the right word, but sometimes we also would prefer to think of it more sort of as equilibrium, because I think both of those components are necessary, right? You have to be innovative, and you have to be forward-thinking and creative in terms of coming up with solutions to difficult problems, right? That's what our agencies are tasked to do. They have missions that they have been, explicitly instructed to deliver with finite resources. So we never want to get in the way of creative thinking and creative problem solving. We don't want to swing in the opposite direction, though, where we're only thinking about the advantages and not thinking about risk or challenges or the management of those. And our goal all along, and I'll admit it's a dynamic one, right? Like, we're constantly trying to find that equilibrium point. It's not like you find it once and then you just stay there, but is to sort of say, we want to be able to innovate, but we also want to make sure that we're managing and governing. What we've worked on so far, specifically to AI, has largely focused on the ability to provide agencies with best practices and the guidance that they need to approach a lot of this problem solving in a bit more of a thoughtful way from the outset. So we published we just reissued a new version in December, but we have a principles and definitions document that's available to agencies and public that helps agencies to sort of ground their projects in a shared vocabulary for the city. So we've created a singular definition for AI, and then sort of dozens of other terms so that all of the city can sort of like think about these things with the same vocabulary. And then the principles that we've laid out are intended to then underpin not only individual agency work, but some of the additional guidance that we've published. So we've laid out 5 principles: information security, privacy, validity and reliability, trust and transparency, and social responsibility. And then we've built additional guidance, for example, for generative AI, that then builds on top of those principles. So it's sort of this like layered process. I think it's also important to acknowledge that agency technology projects have lots of different reviews and different sort of pathways that they need to go through that may be unrelated to AI that already exist, around cybersecurity, around information privacy, contracting, so all of those factors are still there, and we do consider those to be part of an effective governance structure. And so on that front, we're looking to see how we can make sure that those existing frameworks have the sort of breadth to be able to cover some of the novel issues that are coming up for AI systems. And if it feels like there's a gap, how can we work with the owners of those frameworks to help close those gaps?
Yeah, thank you for that. Ariel, I wanna make some space to talk about what I know has been a sort of a core pillar in your work over many years, which is benefits modernization. So you've done work on policy to code with the Beck Center and AI-assisted rules translation. And I'm curious if you see opportunities to bring in some of those emerging tools and applications to the work to serve New Yorkers, and what that really looks like in your mind.
Absolutely, yes. Lots of opportunity here, and something I try to share when I talk about rules as code or policy to code is thinking about how the logic in policy ends up written in software code and the translation that happens between that legal language into a computer language that can then be executed in software. We were doing this work in New York City, and there's several people in the room that continue to do this work in New York City. There wasn't a language to talk about it, a terminology, or actually an international community around rules as code that now exists. And one thing that surprised me when I got to Georgetown 5 years ago and started looking into this more and kind of discovered it is that no one was talking about it in the US, which really seemed like, wow, we shouldn't be behind Australia, New Zealand, and France in how we're building our government software and technology. But New York City has actually been a leader in this. And Ty had mentioned Access NYC actually launched in 2006. That is the same year that Gmail launched. And so just to think, how far ahead some of our government leaders were thinking 20 years ago about how we could use the internet to help connect people to services. When we were in the mayor's office, we worked to rebuild Access NYC, design it in a way that was more privacy preserving, actually allowed for more openness and better usage, and actually got people through the screener, really designed like hand in hand with New Yorkers and those who help serve them and access benefits. And then one of our other missions was opening up those rules and through the API that then became part of the benefits engine. New York City remains the only government in the entire United States that has open benefits eligibility rules. It's a huge thing, and I every time I talk about it publicly, I'm like, please, someone tell me that I'm wrong about that, because I would really love to see another government be in that place. But the status quo is actually that all of the enrollment systems are still closed. There is no transparency in them. So from a kind of good governance and open government perspective, not great that we are asking people to share very sensitive information. We run it against a set of rules. We don't actually know if those rules are right. It tends to come up when there's like a massive amount of people who are being kicked off benefits or not getting enrolled in benefits who should likely be eligible. Advocates take notice of it, it becomes a bigger thing, and then states are forced to make changes. In a different world, we could have more open rules where there's just more transparency and then really allows the ability to more people can create applications on top of them, cross benefits and cross agency work can happen more easily, et cetera. So I've been writing about for quite a few years now that we should have an open standard around the rules. We should have states and cities adopting that and publishing their rules and like approving software code that is a version of their legal policy. There's been some great efforts on it, but one of the things that always kept being a blocker on it was there's not enough people hours to do that rules translation. But guess what? AI is really good at doing that translation. But we had to test it out. So us and some other organizations have been doing open documentation where we're publishing everything from the actual prompts that we put in, what we get back, the rubrics that we use to actually evaluate it and show what's possible. And so I think there's a huge opportunity space around this. It also means, to my earlier point about having structured data and information that AI can then consume. If you're putting rules out as software code, it's even easier for AI to take that in and understand it. I work on the benefits space, so I write about it in the benefits space, but highly applicable across all rules. So thinking about zoning, housing, in health inspections, just tons of potential for it. One of the kind of fun things we've seen at a more of a national scale is the President Biden's executive order on cybersecurity included rules as code for cyber policy so that you could be using that to validate that you're actually following the policy. Has not been implemented yet, but fingers crossed that part of the executive order was not repealed by the Trump administration. So hopefully some potential for that to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I kind of want to flip to the other side of that front line, right? We have New Yorkers accessing services, and then there are the frontline staff who are the face, the front door, the way that many people access and interact with their government. And one of the questions on my mind is whether, how, or if AI might help some of those frontline workers better support and deliver services to the city, while at the same time, many in and out of city government have real concerns about job displacement, about training and readiness. How do you think about acknowledging those concerns while also designing for the benefit of city staff and for New Yorkers? And maybe Tayyab, you can go first, but I'd love for everybody to share their point of view.
So one, I think first acknowledge it, as you said, kind of acknowledge that that is a concern. And I will just talk from inside government, although there are people who are doing, my colleagues are doing more work around this specifically with caseworkers. I know of a few kind of really kind of exciting projects, and I like the word that you use, safe, because I say like, as long as these are kind of in AI safe zones, i.e. they are projects or uses or potential implementation of AI that really kind of complement sort of the work and do have a value proposition to a caseworker or frontline worker that you know, does something in regards to kind of saving time or helping out without kind of coming in the middle of an important sort of case management decision. Having said that, I think it is incumbent upon us to think about agency, you know, human agency in the middle of this. A lot of what I hear in a lot of these projects oftentimes, and I've even kind of ideated a few things and said, you know, we've got to have caseworkers or people actually at the decision point. But I also think about too sort of, you know, sometimes, you know, bureaucratic cultures. You know, and I think sort of the reality of bureaucratic cultures over years kind of tend to be around rulemaking and rule following. You know, how well, can you issue rules and how well can you all follow them? Rather than sort of decision making and discretion. And there reasoning behind that. But now you bring in sort of a tool here that's unlike, you know, sort of, one-sided or, you know, not sort of kind of generating ideas. How do we make sure that within that kind of context and culture that, you know, a caseworker who is likely under a lot of pressure already to do a lot of things, that tool is relieving pressure and that caseworker can look at these AI implementation as a tool versus a rule. You know, and I think, you know, that's something, you know, I think we have to just kind of both acknowledge and bring to the fore caseworkers, but also, you know, it's as we think about, you know, how these things get implemented, I think we have to be, you know, provide some caution around that. Otherwise, you know, it not only, I think, kind of begins to sort of erode some of that trust in AI or enforce some of these kind of concerns of AI taking over. But I think it, you know, Ari, I'm going to point back to you again. You talk about these, like we need more people. We need more people who, in terms of AI, I think for workers and for residents and for people in general, it is very easy for kind of an AI proposition where we become consumers of AI, assets, i.e. our data, our use of AI, versus producers and owners in the process. And I think that starts here with these SAFE projects.
Yeah. Alex, how does that show up on the research and collaboration team for you?
Yeah, so very interestingly, we were drafting the action plan in 2023 before ChatGPT became public, and we had drafted a whole chapter on workforce support with the intent that the city was going to need a set of initiatives to support the city's workforce in working, that we sort of use the two preposition phrasing with and then on AI. So on meaning, you know, you're a technical person who's developing, building, et cetera, with meaning you're some sort of, you know, business user who's using a tool as part of your job. And then we published, and then ChatGPT came out at like roughly the same time, and we're like glad we wrote that chapter because this is really going to change the way that we're thinking about some of this workforce support. one of the first things that we did, we issued a survey to our agencies and then sort of said, like, let's get a baseline of where you think the skills needs are within your agency. And the top skill across not every single agency, but across the board was AI literacy. So far above, development skills or anything that you would kind of put in more of like the hard skills bucket was just general literacy. So we said, okay, that is where we're going to start first. And the idea here was, the prevalence of these tools, the sort of role that AI is taking in the national conversation, where like people talk about it outside of work, which they didn't used to do, means that we have a lot to get caught up on, because just because people are talking about it doesn't mean they actually know what it is or how it works or what impacts it has. So we've been focusing mostly on how we can sort of raise that floor within the city's workforce. Obviously, over time, we'll need to focus on specialization, right? Different segments of the city's workforce are going to need different skills to keep up, to be able to sort of, address the role that AI can play in their day-to-day. But we think that we have sort of like, a minimum standard here that we need to be thinking about when it comes to how agency staff are thinking about these things. So we published a speaker series, an educational course that's available to every single city employee that they can take on the city's central learning management platform, that started with a What is AI course that we self-produced. And then we're supplementing that with additional outside speakers and other training resources to get that in the hands of city staff. I think the general sentiment that we are sort of quite firm on is that we are thinking about the sort of role that AI plays with city staff, not instead of, and thinking about what our city staff need to be able to interact effectively with those tools.
Yeah. Ariel, you've been an advocate for designing with and not for as long as I've known you, and I'm curious if you can share how you think about threading that balance between real concerns about AI and also designing for the benefit of frontline workers.
Yeah, I think that often when we're talking about some of the workforce stuff, we're pretending like things are working well right now, and sometimes they are, and sometimes they're not. I think a real notable example here in the city was the extensive SNAP backlog. The city has resolved. There's a federal mandate that SNAP applications are to be processed in 30 days, and New Yorkers were waiting 6 months or more to get that service. And when you were waiting to get food on your table to feed your kids, that's not an excusable delay. The city was sued for that, and there was a settlement around it. But a lot of it was actually a staffing issue, and there's a wonderful report that council put out last year that it further investigated this, which looks at both the staffing and the technology barriers to this. But part of it was that there were not enough people to process those SNAP applications, and the time it takes on each application is so high, which all of that creates the backlog. And so I think really thinking about these tools of, one, the rules that govern these programs are immense. I've never seen the New York City or state rules printed out, but our friends at Sevilla, which is a design nonprofit in Detroit, they have the Michigan Integrated Services rules printed out, and it's a binder that's about, I think it's like 18 inches tall if you print all of the rules. And you as a caseworker are expected to be able to follow all of those rules as you adjudicate a case. That's really hard to do, and normal like semantic search does not do well in that set of rules. And so I'm actually going to give Genevieve a shout out because she has been doing some incredible work helping case managers be able to use AI to get through these really complex policies and be able to use them to better serve the people who they're trying to enroll. And I think both look at kind of opportunity space of like, where can we maybe enroll people and have opportunities in like some of the gray areas of the rules that help with that enrollment, or also things that might end up as a penalty. That's one of the other things that's happening in benefits right now is states are being penalized around error rates. It's quite a big threat to the programs, and so an even bigger focus on accuracy and who makes the decisions, on a case getting approved or not is that caseworker. So really trying to give them the tools. I think Genevieve and her team at NAVA have been doing a great job of really working hand in hand and using tools where you get to actually score the prompts and then give feedback the responses, give the prompts, score the responses on, how complete, how accurate they are, and if they're actually helping you. So I'm optimistic that we can continue to put technology in people's hands as a tool, and then also be using technology where people don't need to be doing that, or it's things that computers are good at that humans might be less good at, and really empowering our humans to be helping other humans for service delivery.
Yeah, thank you for that. There are some folks out in the audience who I know are working on those things right now, and we're lucky to have the School of Data audience with us today. In the crowd, we've got researchers, advocates, technologists, civil servants. I'm curious, maybe we can start with you, Alex. What do you all think is the most useful thing that people in this room can be doing to shape how AI lands in city government over the next 4 years?
It'd be hard to pinpoint just one. I think because as you said, there's a lot of different profiles that we have in the room. I think one thing that seems common sense, but we sometimes forget to talk about is just understanding the state of the art of the technology, which is often driven by large companies, yes, but also individual researchers, academic institutions, and being able to sort of stay fresh on what the state of the art is, particularly thinking about where generative AI's, I'll call it, weaknesses. When it was sort of first coming out, we're sort of just putting a little bit of a damper on the enthusiasm, right? Oh wow, this is great. Oh wow, it's messing up. And a lot of work has been done in a very short period of time to really sort of address some of these problems. And so I think driving innovative solutions and keeping the city informed on what the state of the art is actually very critical. And then from the more of resident perspective, right, all of us as residents of New York City, I think this sort of idea of engagement is something that we have started on and welcome a sort of a greater participation and an effort on our part, of course, to reach people, but understanding what individual residents' concerns may be is actually really crucial. It's obviously a huge city. It's 45 to 75 agencies, depending on how you define the term agency, all with different missions, and so it can be a little hard to sort of know exactly where the concerns are without a little bit more direct feedback. It's on us to create the forums for that, and so that's our commitment. But I think what we want to be able to know is what are people's interests in, where are they wanting to learn more, where are they wanting to get more involved, so that we can help sort of bridge those gaps.
Yeah. Tayeb, what do you think? What should people be focusing on?
Data governance.
Yeah.
I mean, AI governance is data governance. I mean, AI is data, and we talk about often, sort of the kind of need for, the quality of that data when we get into it, the more hidden things around sort of how data was collected, what biases exist in it, and whatnot. So I'm going to beat the drum of data governance. And I'm also going to say that, just like, to me, I have, for years before, we even started talking more presently about AI, it had always given me great angst that, you walk in a room and everybody, I can ask, how many people here think data governance is important? Everybody's going to raise their hand. How many people are working on data governance in their agency? And then it's crickets. And I look and I kind of look at that as a correlate to, AI, and I say we've got to kind of beat that drum because it's these fundamentals, there's so much promise, and every time I see and hear, and like I said, I know of projects where what Ariel is talking about, I think we can make some really great strides in the city of New York around these areas that kind of befuddle us and kind of constrain us, and then therefore make it harder for us to kind of deliver service to New Yorkers. But at the same time, we've got to hold to those fundamentals. And so I'm going to keep beating that drum. It may not be the most interesting drum, but I'm going to keep beating that. And I think even within this room, there is likely a number of folks, if we polled, who are very enthusiastic about this. There's likely some folks in this room who may have some skepticism. And then there are likely folks who are like virulently sort of anti and opposed to this. And if anything that, I think this civic tech community does well is it engages in this conversation in a respectful way. And I think, we need to surface this conversation, particularly when it comes to AI, and think about it. It's very easy for us to give lip service to guardrails. It's a lot harder to kind of define and implement them. And so these are things, I think, in the long run, continue to serve not only our mission around AI, but what we can do for New Yorkers universally at all.
Vibe coding prototypes. I've spent my entire career as a designer and technologist and have learned all the specialized tools, whether it was Photoshop or Figma or any of the other ones that have been around over the years. And AI is now, you're able to prompt a prototype now. And I think that is just an incredible unlock of you as a civic technologist or any New Yorker or a public servant can now say, I have an idea. I can make that idea real. So, and have a demo instead of a memo is one of the civic tech aphorisms. And be able to start showing that idea. Is that production ready code? Is it ready to scale in the enterprise? Like, absolutely not. But I think it makes just the notion of prototyping a lot less precious, and that we can really be trying stuff out much more quickly, getting it in the hands of real people and real users, and continuing with what's actually working and quickly throwing away things that are less relevant. I had been a little skeptical of some of this stuff, and then actually last summer, some of my students at Georgetown in our rules as code work, they prompted everything from the rules generation to actually the entire front-end screener. And are all the questions perfect? Is it the most beautiful web interface you've ever seen? No. But I look at how much time we spent on like rebuilding Access NYC, and they did it in a series of prompts, which means then you can actually focus on the other details instead of like getting all the pixels just right. And that I think it's a huge unlock for the possibilities.
Agreed. We have about 5 minutes to take maybe a question or two, and then we'll bring it back and kind of wrap it up, if that's all right with everyone. Are there any questions? Yeah, maybe here in the front. You have a little button for your mic. It says speak.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you guys so much for the panel. I had a question for Alex and Tyab about what OTI can do to unblock city agencies. I think it's great that like the AI action plan and like AI literacy has all been pushed, but I personally feel like at the actual ground level within city agencies, we aren't able to even like install a programming language on our workstations, so we aren't really able to be unblocked to use AI tools the way like they've seen revolutionary changes in private sector. Like it's taking like hours to build things that took like 6 months. And we really need to improve our infrastructure. So I'm wondering, like, how do you see OTI's role in making this actionable?
So I'll take a first stab, and then Tyab, if you want to add on. So I think you're pointing out something that is largely often considered to be a characteristic of government, which is process. Everything is a sequence of steps in a process, and there are reviews, and there's like an order to do things. And obviously we've talked about that from the rules perspective and policy perspective, but that's the internal mechanics of government as well. I think what our focus is in the sort of, let's call it the medium term, is better understanding where those blocks are, because I think blocks we've seen occur in very different points. You're talking about something that I would say is quite early on, right? Like there's a blocker almost at the outset if you're not able to access the sorts of programs that you want to be able to do this work. We've seen other agencies who have talked about issues when they're actually a little bit farther along. You know, they've got something in hand, but then there's some sort of review or some sort of challenge that sort of is like, okay, brakes gets screeched, whatever, slammed on, I think was the word I was looking for, and then you like get stuck. So I don't want to sort of suggest there's like a magic wand that just makes process go away. I think government is very process driven by necessity. You know, it's often those processes are derived from mechanisms to ensure public accountability for resources and safety and risk. But I think what we want to be able to do is again, better understand the character of the sort of blocks that agencies are perceiving, and then work with partners within OTI to understand, is this a cybersecurity issue? Is there something with information privacy that needs to be unlocked here? Because the other dynamic is that some of those things are controls at the agency level, and then some of those things are controls at the citywide level, and even that is sometimes not always clear. So I think OTI is sort of readily, there to say, yeah, there's a lot of process, and think there's opportunity to make sure that that user experience is better for agencies. But I think it's sort of a little bit context specific and depends on what specific issues agencies are seeing. We welcome any feedback that helps us collect data on that, right? So that if we know, hey, we have X number of agencies who are asking for this tool, which is how we actually get information, then that lets us know where the priorities are for what we need to be able to unlock next. And then we can sort of work with other partners to say, okay, like here's where people are stuck, and we need to come up with an answer. If we don't come up with an answer, more and more people are gonna get stuck, and then people are gonna be mad at us. OTI is a service agency, so our customers are other agencies. So if our agency customers aren't getting what they need, then we're not meeting our customer service goals.
Just quickly, I'm going to agree with all that here, and also say that my role and our role as ODA doesn't necessarily, I think I would have other representatives to talk about what is going on with the city agency around that. I will say this, historically speaking, what this always kind of reminds me of is that, 10 years ago, the conversation around open source, a very similar, proposition. And there were your predecessors, in a room saying, what can we do to unlock open source? And, we're all kind of, and to some extent, it's sort of these kind of cyclical things where, on the one hand, I think there is genuine, kind of need to move cautiously for things. It's not just, we're not just private entities here. A lot of us are kind of maintaining systems that have, require a great deal of public trust around them on that. So in any case, I can't give sort of a policy statement on that, just to say that from, kind of an outside looking in, I said, this sounds like very much like, open source, and before that, I'm gonna say internet, kind of even using like the internet and stuff, can you believe it? And all before that, these kind of cautious approaches on that. But I think there's, a robust conversation at OTI, a robust conversation with CIOs at agencies that are beginning kind of to parse out what this means and what that could look like. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're nearly out of time, so I'm going to give the panelists like a rapid fire question to kind of close us out. Maybe starting with Ariel, we'll go backwards. In one sentence, what is the single most important thing that you think the new administration could do in its first year on AI?
Utilizing trustworthy design patterns for AI and empowering their workforce with these tools.
Love that.
I think what she said. No, I'm going to say really again, going back 10 years, maybe more ago, this thing called human-centered design came about, and it was laughable. It was laughable among it was laughable in its early years.
I converted him.
Yeah. And people said, what is this about? And now everybody talks about we've been doing it for years and years. And so I think likewise, it's kind of bringing that, bringing this and bringing the public and bringing government kind of together to the fore is really critical on this issue.
I'd say let the problem drive the solution and focus on where technology is needed to help solve that problem versus a sort of end in and of itself. And that's where I think, what Taya mentioned earlier about data governance comes into play, because when you just find the problem and you sort of say, okay, here's what we're trying to solve, you tackle some of those components of what you need to tackle before you have an effective AI solution first.
Agreed. Thank you all so much. These folks are experts, civil servants, current and former, and advocates for doing this well for all of our benefit. So please, let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you, School of Data, for having us. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much, wonderful panelists. We have 15 minutes, and we'll be back here at 3:45 for the next session.
Can I just ask, like that guy, he's the assistant commissioner for research. Poe. No. We were in the other demo, which got cut short because two of the demoers weren't there, and then we went to another meeting. We went to another conference, which just ended the moment. It's funny because I think we showed up when Alex was talking about, when a question was asked about getting access because of all the limitations of all the like locking down of our, and I was like, they kind of talked around. That was like around the answer. I wanted to be like, where's our smart sheet, you know? It's like, is there like a guide on like who to contact first, or like what is? Can we ask him like right now? Yeah, like, do you want to go see if they would talk to us? Yeah, let's see. Let's find a contact. Yeah. Cause where are you gonna head next? Test, test. 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 Test.
This is. Oh no, this is different.
if you're in the room and having a conversation and are planning on attending another session, now is the time to go find that other session. We're going to have a really exciting conversation here. I'm not telling you that you can't stop talking. I'm just saying, yeah, we want you to have the conversation out in the hall.
I'm just gonna.
All right, team, we're going to get started in 1 minute. We are running, this train is running on time in this room. All right, let's get this party started. Welcome to the 3:45 session. How has 10 years of civic engagement through open data changed New York? An exciting question, and you have some of the best people to speak to that question here, minus one council member, Gail Brewer, who's running a little late. She's on her way. She's the godmother of open data. I'm going to turn it over to Noel Hidalgo, our lovely moderator. We have an amazing team of panelists here for this. I might impersonate Gail Brewer for a little bit, just because I'm jealous and I want to be on this panel too. TBD. All right, turning it over to Noel.
Martha, come sit. Okay. This is going to be fun. All right, so nearly 20 years ago, this community first met in an anarchist art gallery in Williamsburg and asked the question, if I had access to X data, I could determine Y. True story. Since then, we have come together around a simple but powerful idea that information is a public good and that when New Yorkers have access to that data, they can shape a better city. 10 years into NYC Open Data Week, we're not just talking about data sets, we're legitimately talking about who has the power, who doesn't have the power, and how technology, policy, and community action can work together to build a more transparent, equitable, and accountable city. Today, we're ending the 10th School of Data and the 10th Open Data Week, though that's technically tomorrow, with leaders from government and civil society, each who played an instrumental role in its current chapter. Each one of these speakers will help define what is next, and they will reflect on how far we've come and where we have fallen short, And what will it take to ensure that the future of data in the city is truly shaped by and for the public? Are you ready to get started? Are you ready to get started? All right. So Councilmember Brewer is going to come in and take us back in time, and then she will hopefully take us into the future. And in the meantime, I'm just going to pop over to Adrian and say, Adrian, can you tell us the story of the very first Open Data Week?
Yes, I can. Hi, everybody. Adrian Schmoker. And I vividly remember the first Open Data Week because you prompted it. So if you remember, we were scheming about how to celebrate the 5-year anniversary of New York City's open data law. We're like, oh my goodness, we're coming up on 5 years, what should we do? So we used that as a forcing function to get too many things done, relaunching the website, launching a customer service portal, having all sorts of demands of agencies, I'm sure. Like, this is how we're going to do it, this is how we're going to do it. We should have some sort of event. School of Data was planned. Like, oh, let's, have another event, some sort of thing to celebrate. Oh, there's a third event coming together. Okay, that's interesting. And you and I were catching up, and you had the prompt. You're like, why not just make it a week? Why don't we make a week out of it, like a week thing? It's like, okay, 6 weeks away. Sure. How many events does it take to make it an Open Data Week? That kind of feels like the how many licks to get to the center of the Tootsie Roll Pop. And so we made it a week. I remember getting in touch with the folks at GovLab, Stefan, a few other folks, like private sector folks, the New York Media Lab at the time, and just calling up and saying, hey, we really think we can get people excited about open data. Would you be willing to bring your community and talk to them about what's going on? And everyone said yes. There was a dinner up at a co-working space where they came up with, I think, stories and artistic interpretations of open data. As long as people were talking about open data, they were in. And it happened, and lots of people came. So we did it again. And again. And here we are 10 years later.
And then, what was it, year 3 or year 2, where the design firm came in and gave us the lovely branding that we have now?
So that's thanks to Zachary. So we definitely, there was a lot of piecing things together the first few years, and then luckily with the leadership of Kelly Jin, we were able to really expand the team at the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics, noticed the bright shining stars across city agencies, one of which was Zachary Feder over at Parks, and we were like, whoop, would you come over to the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics? And we're very lucky he said yes. And he did a lot to really turn the Open Data program and Open Data Week into a more well-oiled machine than the kind of startup-y way I had been running it for a few years. So the branding was definitely his leadership, and very grateful for that.
Thank you. All right, well, now I'm going to pose a question to both Martha and Zachary, hopefully before Gail gets here. Can you, Martha, you are on record the longest serving chief analytics officer. At the very start of the city's open data program, we had many chief analytics officers, some of them seemingly serving less than a year, maybe a year and a half. But Martha, your tenure is storied. It's in the history books. And you helped pull together a pretty remarkable team. Can you and Zachary, Zachary is also one of the he's like the Dark Knight. So you see him in the day clothing here, professional, and then at night he's donned his cape and his mask, and he's liberating data sets, helping liberate data sets across the city, and working sometimes in I wouldn't say a vigilante manner, but just sometimes, he has to.
There's nobody less vigilant.
Is there another person?
Has to work very bureaucratically to get.
Is there another person on the panel? I'm not.
Huh?
Different Zachary?
No, I'm just trying to bring some lightheartedness to
He
the
is
end
a
of the
hero.
day. He really is a superhero. And here comes Councilmember. Can you tell us how Open Data Week has influenced your work with agencies?
Well, hello, Councilmember. I'm pretending to be you right now, so you come have this chair.
She's really not. She's being herself, but she's just keeping your seat warm.
I will say I think one of the absolute coolest things about the Open Data program is that it is such a group project, and we get to work with some of the smartest, best, most wonderful people across city agencies, as well as the MTA and other public entities that contribute data to the program. And I think there's no better set of people in the city than folks who are public servants who work for the city who care deeply about data, and that is like the absolute best squad of people to assemble if you were gonna be in a Batman movie, I guess, or for any other reason. Highly recommend this crew of people, and I think because it is a group project, because it invests so many people in this sort of in this effort and in creating this incredible asset, I think it helps city agencies talk to each other. It helps improve the quality of city agency data. Like, I think it's a real collective action project, and one that I think brings all of the best people from city agencies together. Okay, with that, thank you all. Thank you for letting me crash this panel.
Thank you.
And I guess to the idea of this collaborative project that is Open Data Week and what that looks like and how that's affected city government, I think one of the things that people often come to when they think about data and open data is that it's an exercise for our team, the data analytics office, or it's an exercise for people that work in IT, or there is a lot of work to move data around from one place to another and publish it. And all those things are absolutely true. However, I think one of the things about Open Data Week is it also brings together those people with the people who talk about agencies' work publicly. For many people who work in data, in tech within government, that's not something that they're familiar with. They're talking about their work at best internally with each other, but the idea that agencies are sharing with the world all of the work that goes into these data sets, all of the context that may not be able to be captured in something like a data dictionary, is really one of the most remarkable things about this festival. And I think over time too, like that idea has really normalized, where it is sort of scary if you've never done that before. Most of the time, the way government communicates with people traditionally is through a press conference, is through a media release, is through this sort of like top-down communication. We're convening a meeting. But with open data, you're opening up the books to varying degrees, but with that and discussions that happen around that, you're starting a conversation. And I think that's one of my favorite things about Open Data Week, but also like where we've seen those conversations grow. I mean, the last 2 years, we've had 24 government offices participating throughout the week in all different ways, including the MTA and the many events that you've had recently, but it's wonderful to see.
Gail, just to catch you up, we are talking about how Open Data Week has been a transformative action for civic engagement. And so I'm going to go to Lisa and then come to you to take us back, and we'll do a little history lesson of where we were back when you conceived of the Open Data Law. Lisa, can you tell us how Open Data Week has helped transform your work at the MTA, and how has it shaped the agency's data operations?
Yeah, definitely. So hi, I'm Lisa. I manage MTA's Open Data program. I don't think that our program would be where it is today without Open Data Week. I feel really lucky that the MTA Open Data Law was passed after Open Data Week had started, and New York City had already laid the groundwork for open data through the city's program, because we just get to show up and participate in things like this, which is so incredibly helpful. I think one of the key benefits of Open Data Week is being able to connect directly with people like you all in the audience who are our data users, and just the community of people who actually want to see open data succeed and happen. And I truly believe that our program would not exist without people like you caring about it and asking for us to publish more and better data sets and using those data sets to tell the MTA, like, hey, why is service delayed on the F train all the time? I can see it in the data here. Or why are you guys spending money on this contract? It's in your procurement data set. So yeah, I think open data doesn't exist without advocates, and I'm so grateful that I don't have to plan Open Data Week and just get to show up and suggest a few sessions here and there.
Excellent. Gail, thank you for joining us. This is the busiest person in city government, second to the mayor. That is true. No, totally true. Just talk to her scheduler. Can you take us back to 2011 and what type of municipal data were you working with as a council member?
Well, the bill that Noel and others helped to pass was very much started because of a woman who worked for Clinton, Bill Clinton. And she said that the most important aspect of passing an open data law, and that's why you all are so important, is not just the public, but making sure that the city agencies, those individuals who put the data in, are happy. And that those are the people that if that data is not correct, then the public is not going to take advantage of it. So I always thought to this day, as we talk about the history of it, that the most important lesson I learned is people like the up in this panel and in the audience, that the data and the people who are using it can only benefit if it's from the agency and the staff. So I just want to say that as number one. What I remember, I mean, Noel probably has a better memory. It's a little bit hazy for me, but I can tell you, we sat in Harlem, for instance, with some of the groups there, and we literally said, how many daycare centers are in this city, and how many, and we just mapped things like that. We were trying to, if you had a personal issue that you wanted addressed, there was a gentleman there who couldn't find childcare for his daughter. We were trying to just find solutions to very simple problems, which in fact ended up being only available if you had this kind of open data. So what I remember was people were just throwing spaghetti at the wall, trying to come up with problems that needed to be addressed with analytics. We didn't really know, because the only other place I think was San Francisco and the federal government. Nobody else had open data portal. That seems unbelievable now, like not even possible to have such little open data. So my memory is that it was a process that happened because people who had the need for the data said that it should be open. This gentleman to my right was one of the main people who made it happen. So just thank you, because without everybody's input, it would not have.
Well, thank you. The open data law in 2012 came kind of like in a string of pieces of legislation that you got passed. You were a very strong and vocal advocate for 311, and then you very quickly turned to be a very big advocate for open data around 311, really just kind of like, great, Mayor Bloomberg, you've called this telephone, you've launched this telephone line, tell us how many people are calling, what are they calling about? Like, give us that data and information. And I still love reading the press releases because they reference 311 being the Alta Vista of government services, which is, for those of you who don't know, a search engine that still exists, but it's just a very old one.
The other thing I want to mention is one agency helped another because the agency didn't know everybody else's open data. And so my first compliment was from the city agencies who said, I didn't know that Department of Social Services had that data. Oh, that could help me. They had no idea. That was my biggest compliment.
I think that's actually one of the undersung benefits of open data, the degree to which it empowers people across government to work with each other more efficiently.
Now, you, Councilmember Brewer, former Borough President Brewer, former Councilmember Brewer, your journey through this whole ecosystem, how have you seen open data transform the conversations that you've had with your peers inside of the legislature as well as like across government? Because you got your start as intergov in DC, right? Yeah. So like how are the world that we live in and this beautiful world of data, like how has it changed?
Well, I think it's easier to know when there's a false statement. And I was thinking as you were talking, this is just because we just finished 11 days of budget hearings, right? With what, $115 billion budget. It used to be 60 under Dinkins, so it's a kind of a big jump. And as we are having, just to sort of back end your question, as we're having all of these discussions, MTA included, you know, there are statements from the administration, questions from the city council, same as in Albany and Washington. And I'm thinking that if we were, next step would be to have almost like a rolling data schedule as the agencies are talking and as we're asking questions, to have more contact with the data almost real time as this discussion is going back and forth. It has changed to a certain extent, but I cannot tell you that my colleagues use it enough, I'll be honest with you. And I think that the folks who are here probably do and you do, but it's not something that you every single day, unless we call BetaNYC, talk to the data analytics office and the city council and the mayor's office, all of whom are fantastic. But it has changed dramatically because the data is there and you all can use it. But I can tell you that I don't feel that in the back and forth for the budget, for instance, that there's enough discussion. There is when you get to legislation. There is much more time to produce it and then to analyze it and then to say, you know, on housing, we need 500,000 units of housing. This is kind of housing we need because we have this many mentally ill, this many people coming out of prison, that kind of stuff. But the daily fast, this is what's correct, I think could be much improved.
Well, that leads us into the question that some of the other panelists wanted to play around with, which is, from your perspective, what separates agencies that merely publish data from institutions that actually use data to transform operations, decision-making, and public trust? So who wants to start on that one?
I can start, yeah. I can speak to at least at the MTA, kind of what separates an agency that's publishing data just for compliance versus one that's really using data to make decisions. And I think it's all about the process in which the numbers are created. So what I mean by that is there's definitely parts of the MTA where it can be somebody's job to just create the number, and their job is manually logging into some database, manually extracting the data. Maybe they're going to Excel next, doing like a pivot table and then joining that to something else. And that is their job, is to create this number or this metric that they give to their boss. And I think that's a really outdated way to be using data and doing your work, to be honest. You spend your whole time creating a number rather than like actually understanding what does this number mean? Why is it trending downward or upward? So I think agencies that really trust technology and like use their computers to their best abilities to automate workflows that are creating numbers and then invest their time instead into managing towards that, that's the biggest difference that I see, at least at the MTA.
I think one of the things that I'm always shocked to see, we have these regular public education classes taught by group of people called the Open Data Ambassadors, some of whom are in the audience, but volunteers. And one of the things we refer to is the 1993 Public Data Directory. That is this volume. If you wanted to put in a request for data, what would you do? What can you request from each agency? And it's kind of remarkable how much that is sort of the analog version of what is now on open data. But I think to that point, and to the idea of like what is the difference between people who are just publishing data and people who are using it, or organizations that are using it, there is a lot of the work of taking that information, in some cases information that was to this 1993 directory, generated 40, 50 plus years ago, mainframe systems that were created for some purpose, have some level of documentation. But the idea that you now have to go through and share that with everyone means that those processes that may have been manual in some cases are being automated because there is this legal requirement backing that work. It's not perfect, it's not omnipresent. There are certainly gaps that we are always trying to fill and working with agencies on. But the idea that you have this as sort of this routine thing that is an expectation and actually a requirement means that you are improving the work internally as you are sharing this information publicly. And it sort of becomes this like virtuous cycle of you have this information, you're releasing it, people are asking questions about it, then there's more desire for that. And that benefits, again, as I was saying before, it benefits people internally, but it also benefits those processes and systems in many cases.
If I can just add on top of that, I do think I've been out of city government for 6 years, so I can't speak to the current state of things, but at least when I was at the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics and before that at the CTO's office, I think one thing that really stuck out to me, and Lisa, what you were describing really made me think about this, and Zachary, what you were saying earlier about Open Data Week being a different kind of engagement platform for agencies in how you engage with the public, is that with any technology adoption, it's harder in any organization, in any institution, than simply buying the computer or having the spreadsheet you're supposed to use or having like the newest agentic AI like available on your computer. There's a change management and a cultural shift that has to happen to get an entire workforce to learn how to work differently. And not just from a compliance perspective, but from a carrot perspective. You know, the open data law is an extremely powerful stick, and it's been incredibly effective as one. I think I really believe the open data program and ecosystem wouldn't be where it is today without the amazing work of, you know, Gail, Noel, and a lot of other people who really made the open data law a reality. But carrots are important too. You know, at the end of the day, open data is not just data sets on a website. There were humans behind the development of each number on the open data portal. There are the open data coordinators who are this, you know, amazing ecosystem of people for whom working on open data, a few of them, at least when I was there, it was their full-time job, but most people, it was a small percentage of their job. And so how do you encourage those people to not just feel like they're checking a box, but to feel like that 10% of their time is what they want to be doing? And that over the years, they want to be able to convince their boss to let them be an open data coordinator full time. Because what that means is that you're moving the needle internally on the idea that open data isn't checking a box, but it's how we work, to your point. And so I think just kind of coming a bit full circle to kind of what this entire discussion about is what's exciting to me about where open data is today and where Open Data Week is today is that needle is continuing to push, I believe, is that more and more people are excited about open data. Open data is becoming the norm. There are new technologies, which have been talked about all week, all day today, that are exciting as well. But there's still an open data adoption process, an excitement process, I believe. And so getting back to your original question, Noel, about those who kind of check the box and those who really have embedded open data as part of their workflow, we have to remember to keep getting people excited about working differently. And that requires getting people to be curious. It means keeping people engaged in their work. And that's not a technology problem.
I think it's amazing to see. How many of you have applied to be on your community board in here? Or a few, a handful? Good. How many of you have attended a community board meeting? All right, a few more hands. In the last 12 years, Gail, how have the conversations changed at community board meetings to talk about data?
It depends on the community board. But for the ones that I know in Manhattan, I would say dramatically, in the sense that they are now trying to figure out more about what is actually in their neighborhood, both for that they can make better budget decisions when they do their district management reports, when they deal with their agencies. Every single month, they're supposed to have all the agencies from sanitation to police to fire to sanitation, again, I'm sorry, and EMS, all of the Parks Department. And the city's so complicated now. So the issue is whether you're at a district service cabinet or you're trying to figure out, how many, why the ambulances are so slow in your area, data does come up. I can't tell you that there's enough staffing, to be honest with you, just like there's not enough urban planning or ULURP staffing on the community boards. But what do? They call BetaNYC on a regular basis. And that's a good thing, to be able to have that knowledge that the data is needed. That's what they do know, that they need the data. And whether they use it, back to the same problem sometimes with the agencies, is a different story. But they know that they need it in order to make genuinely intelligent decisions about how to improve services in their neighborhood.
I thought it was quite interesting to be looking at this year's group of Open Data Week applications that all reference their relationship to the applicant had a relationship either to their community board, they were a community board member, or that they were seeking to take the data and influence community board decisions because of that relationship. I know that there were one of the lightning talks that was talking about 3-in-1 data was going to be, like AI-related tools focused for community boards. And I find that helpful in the sense that we have this bureaucratic process that's supposed to help set up the capital budget, but it is not a very simple workflow. Thinking about the future and where we want to go, actually, before we get to the future, let's talk about some art. Data through design. How many have you gone to the Data through Design art exhibit this year? All right, a good number of people. Why aren't you guys going to the Data through Design? It seems like all the people who went to the Data through Design were sitting over there. Panelists, how many of you have gone to the Data through Design art exhibit in the past? In the past, we passed. Gail, have you gone? No, I have not. Okay. Well, you have to leave Brooklyn. Excuse me, you have to leave Manhattan and go to Brooklyn.
I never leave Manhattan. I can't believe I'm in Queens.
I know. I just had to get that into this particular panel as well. So, but one thing that's amazing at this art show is that some of those exhibits, you get to touch data, right? Like you get to have a physical relationship with data. This year, I saw a robot that plants a seed in a vacant lot. So it's pulling the vacant lot data. You put in an address, it then says your closest vacant lot is this location, and the robot will then plant a seed in a map of New York City and trying to green the vacant lots. Do the panelists that have gone to Open Data Week, do you have exciting examples of art that you have found that has changed your relationship to data sets? Not all at once.
I will say data by design is one of my favorite parts of Open Data Week. I just think it's really exciting and really accomplishes the goal, I think, of trying to bring a different community into talking and thinking about data. I think one of my favorites, I feel bad I don't remember the artist's name, and this was years ago, but there was someone who I think analyzed, OkCupid had like an API at one point. Like analyzed all of the OkCupid data and created songs out of them. And so you had this music that was built off of this dating platform data, and it just kind of told the story of, some of these experiences across New York City. And I was like, this is amazing. Like, who equates music with data, And I think now we could all say, yeah, I can think about, Spotify does their annual thing with your stats, so it's maybe more intuitive now, but that's one of my favorites.
This year, we actually kicked off Open Data Week with a keynote from Rahul Bhargava, who wrote a book recently called Community Data. and he's an expert in what I've learned is called data physicalization. So there was a data drumming exercise that all the attendees got to participate in. I think my favorite thing about it, though, was there was an opportunity to taste air pollution brownies. If you haven't had them before, the idea is they're normal brownies, but they are salted to the level of particulate matter in New York City air in different locations and different events. So you could have like, middle of a quiet park brownie versus next to a busy expressway brownie versus like wildfire brownies and taste the difference in the brownie, taste the data essentially. And that was actually, that keynote speaker was brought to us by a former Data Through Design artist who I met at the Data Through Design exhibit a couple of years ago, Claudia Berger, who is now a member of our open data team. So perhaps my favorite thing about Data Through Design is getting a fantastic new member of our team who introduced us to data physicalization and I guess by extension, the data pollution brownies.
Claudia also
pollution brownies.
Made an amazing jacket last year. So if you watch the morning introduction of last year's School of Data, you'll see photos of this amazing knitted jacket, which is telling a map and a story of a cyberpunk courier running through New York City at a time when the only thing that they can wear is the data. Right? Is that right? Yeah, I love that jacket. Lisa.
Yeah, I love the Data Through Design exhibit. We're taking a group field trip. The MTA data team's going to go next week, which I'm really excited about. But I remember last year, one of my favorite pieces, and I wish I remembered the name of the curators who did this, was an interactive wall where you could enter your own like timestamp of an event that happened in New York City history. I'm seeing some nods of people that remembered it. And I thought that was just such a cool way to like create a data set that was community driven. I'm waiting for the day that someone submits a piece that uses MTA Open Data though. So this year there's one. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Can't wait to go. But yeah, a couple years ago we ran something called the MTA Open Data Challenge that I'm hoping we'll do again in the future, where we just called on members of the community to build something cool with an open data set and send it to us. And I think a lot of these things were like technical in nature and that they were like coded visualizations, but they all had an artistic element to them that I loved seeing as someone who does not have design skills myself. It was just so cool to see the data sets visualized and used in a way that was so creative.
Gail, you're going to have to organize a field trip of all the council members, and their staff to go to Data Through Design.
I will be glad to do that.
If you could challenge the community to produce some type of data visualization or art that would speak to council members, like what would that be?
I'm not very artistic. I want to know, I don't know that I can do that. I want to know why when you are at Rikers Island and the buses are supposed to take you to court, even though this Department of Corrections says 99% of people get to court, they never seem to get to the actual courtroom to have their case heard. So that, I'm more like, what happens that this is the fact? And then I'm also interested, again, back to the buses, why is it that the children in the special education programs never seem to get to class on time? So I'm hopelessly focused on that kind of data. I don't know what in hell's name I would do with the MTA data to make it interesting, but I can say that just generally, another example for me is our streets. As we think today, we have bus lanes, bike lanes, we need places for the large trucks to go, vehicles, open space, green space, trees, and the list goes on in terms of our open space needs on the streets. And in addition, you've got curb cuts, you've got people who are visually challenged to get across the street, et cetera. So, a visualization of what a street looks like using open data would be something that will be of interest to me because nobody else can figure out what to do with our street state that is appropriate. I think transportation is a place that the visualization would be most of help. In the past, I always get tons of complaints about housing, and we still do, but transportation has taken over of number one. And I think it's because we're all trying to figure it out, how we can be more succinct and, make sure that everybody gets to go where they need to go on a timely basis. But it's not happening, and I think data would help with that.
As we're 20 minutes away from the end of this panel and the end of the 10th School of Data, because tomorrow we're having an Unschool of Data. Hopefully we'll see you there. Do we have community questions? Yes, okay, so in front of you, there's a little microphone, and if you hit the word speak, you'll be able to, it'll give you a red light on the microphone. So if you have a question, can you just do that so that way I can scan the audience and see who, so there's one, there's two. All right, great. So we've got these three people that are all sitting next to each other. We're gonna start, the one with the pink water bottle.
Thanks for commenting on my water bottle. Thank you all for your time. This is very interesting. This is my first School of Data, so it's been cool to be here. I started working in data visualization about 1.5 years ago here in the city. I have a couple questions. The first one is, after hosting Open Data Week for 10 years, what does success mean to you? I've heard a couple of things in this hour about success, like, of course, attendance, applications, agencies talking to each other. That's all very interesting. I'm curious, what else does success mean to you when you think about, is this year's Open Data Week successful? The other question I have is, a lot of things have happened in the last 10 years in the world. It's been a very momentous time in life. How has things like applications to the Open Data Week, like what have been some trends you've seen over the last 10 years? I'm curious to hear about that too. Thank you.
Well, this is some fun stuff. So success, the panel that we've had on AI and the digital equity panel both had questions and commentary alluding to, look at this amazing ecosystem that we've developed here around open data. Not only do we have community partners, not only do we have agency participation, we have policies, we have laws, we have practices that are all sitting in community with each other and that they're being discussed openly, and we're figuring out how to be iterative. And then those practices themselves are viral in the way that they're then working their way. Somebody has a microphone that's, sorry, thank you. If it wasn't for the work that we did to get the open data law passed, the first one, and then how many, Adrian, 6 other pieces that Amin-Ra helped get passed, like within the first,
I wasn't ready for the pop quiz.
Okay.
That sounds
there was one open data law which Gail got passed, and then we kind of got to the point where we needed to not only renew that, but we wanted to improve it. And then we got all of those passed, and then Rachel over at reInvent Albany led the fight to ensure that we could take all of those insights and then push it to the MTA, because the governor at the time, the former governor would not sign a state open data law, but we could at least negotiate an MTA open data law, which then led to this benefit. So that viral practice of sharing these things works its way through conversations, concrete conversations around digital equity, digital literacy, and artificial intelligence, right? That's, to me, that's from the community organizing perspective, that's what does success. I think deepening the relationship inside of every single different agency and the service providers, because the nonprofit industrial complex is what the city depends upon to execute services. So how do we make sure that those nonprofits are able to come into this ecosystem and then also be in partnership? And then apps and trends, This year, way more applications around AI and like thinking about MCP servers and chatbots and 3-in-1 data. What else?
I think that's I mean, this year is definitely, last year too to some degree, lot of AI. Both in the events themselves, which is largely fantastic, but also in some of the applications, which some of those could have used some more human review. I think we were fortunate to have almost 300 applications this year. Almost all of them were, again, written by human beings, but definitely not all of them. So I think as far as like other trends over time, I mean, a few years ago we had like blockchain and NFT was the thing. I don't think AI is going that way, but we've definitely sort of been like responding to trends in technology and data over the years. And I think to that point though, one of the things I always talk about is like, have we broken containment essentially? Where through data, through design, we have this wonderful group of data visualization experts, cartographers, artists who are now part of this community. And through Open Data Week and School of Data, we have a lot of people who are data professionals or just people who are really interested in data in all sorts of ways, sort of inherently as its own thing. But I think the question I always have is, especially for a program that has talked about open data being for every New Yorker, like what does that look like? And how do we get more people who maybe don't care about the data, but care deeply about their neighborhood or about New York City to be participating in this community? And there's a whole bunch of ways that we've tried to do that. This year we had a film series. We've continued to, as I was talking about before, expand the ways that we approach people with data. There was a embroidery event earlier in the week. There was a weaving event, thank you, just yesterday. We've had events in parks, like bringing data to people, but not necessarily leading with the idea that it's data and it's open. Like there's other ways that people are deeply interested in these questions that data brings with it.
I would also, just in reflecting over the last 10 years and just to commend the work of the teams at, I keep wanting to say the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics, Office of Technology.
It's ODA now. They dropped the M. It's just ODA.
And at BetaNYC and the Open Data coordinators and this broader community is that Open Data Week has survived a pandemic and 3 administration changes. So to me, that's also a signal of success, is that, as someone, as a person who kind of helped get Open Data Week going back in the day, to see it continuing just absolutely extracted from it for years now is amazing. I mean, I was telling team over there, like Oliver, that I was dropping my son off at daycare and saw Open Data Week advertised on a link NYC, and I was so excited. I stopped pushing the stroller and took a photo. I was just thrilled. So I think there's the fact that Open Data Week not only has survived like these very real challenges of administration changes and a pandemic and a lot of other things many of us probably don't know about that happens behind the scenes. I mean, I remember having Open Data Week battles that happened to keep it going and to keep events going. That to me is a huge sign of success too.
I mean, the first challenge was Superstorm Sandy. Like when the law was passed, we all celebrated it. We stood on the steps of City Hall 1 year later. It was a very cold March. I remember it. All the good government groups were, hey, congratulations. And then by that October, Superstorm Sandy came in, and the limited resources that were in place to support this very nascent open data system disappeared. And we were then about to be facing an administration change. And you know that when administration changes, there's excellent opportunities for the next administration to make a huge decision. And so that was like the first big test, and we were so thankful that a CTO's office was created and that they were allied with this weird mayor's office of data analytics, and kind of like there was already a legacy and we were doing the branding of it. All right, we got a few other questions here. We had the one with the green water bottle, the plastic water bottle, and then what type of water bottle do you got over there? A blue water bottle. Okay, great.
Hi, can you hear me okay? This is actually possibly a perfect seg to that last point you made. Just reflecting back on the history of open data in New York, I think it's so easy to lose sight of those bits of history that made this possible. Sorry, is this better? Yeah. And so I guess I wanted to ask, what did it actually take to get the 2012 open data law passed? If you're someone that doesn't know much about, open data in New York, all you see is that Mayor Bloomberg signed this law into being. If you know a little bit more, you know that Councilmember Brewer and BetaNYC and reInvent Albany played crucial roles. But I'm curious, as people that were insiders, at the front lines of this project, what were the sort of major challenges that you guys faced, and what did it actually take? Who are the people that may not always get recognized that made this possible? Thanks.
I mean, I have to say it was a woman who, as I indicated, was working for Bill Clinton as his CTO and then moved to New York. And I know she had her son with her, and he was always screaming and yelling at coffee shops, which is where we met. That's what I can remember. He's now all grown up. And the reason I think of all that, it really took her. And then the Bloomberg we thought would be very supportive, Mr. Tech, right? But it wasn't a slam dunk. It took a lot of the good government groups, thank you, Rachel, and others, to make it clear that it would be useful in government. And so it wasn't much more, it took a while because it's never been done before, but it wasn't much more complicated than that. The issue was the police department. They did not want to participate in the, it took us a couple of years, I think, to get the police, and even then it's still, I think it's still the 7 main categories, and people want other kinds of data. So it took the agency signing on, and it took the commissioner at that moment. Was that Sal at that point? I can't, who? Anyway, it was a
blonde-haired do-it commissioner.
One who was in Florida. Yes, Carol.
Yeah, Carol Post.
Carol Post. It took her input as the commissioner of Do-It at the time. She's now teaching at the University of Florida. She helped a lot. So it was his agency, nonprofit, good government groups, BetaNYC, that kind of thing. And this person who was very instrumental. That's what it was. So it wasn't much more complicated than that. It just had never been done.
I remember, I forget where we had an unconference, but you showed up, Carol showed up, John Caney showed up, Rachel showed up, Alex showed up. Like a few of us we took over a room and we sat in this classroom and we're like, what are we want to talk about a city's open data law, and like, what are the issues that we need to address within the open data law? And we just kind of it was almost like a hearing, but it was a casual conversation of like, how do we navigate and make this happen? The city law office didn't want to do it. At this time period, NYPD considered subway entrances to be delicate data. I remember very clearly hearing in one of the conversations that NYPD didn't want the entrances and exits of the subway system as publicly available information because bad people would do bad things at the entrances or exits of subways. And it's kind of like, what are you talking about? Like, we all know where they are. We know what those hours are. Like, we can literally just walk to that location, and if somebody wanted to do something bad, they would do something bad. Like, that is not a reason why we need to limit public information about our transit infrastructure. But Rachel, who's over here, who's at reInvent Albany, I want to point out is one of the unsung heroes, helping not only here locally, but also at the state. John Caney, who is an elder in this ecosystem, he is instrumental in helping crosswalk crash data with a map. And in 2004 at Transportation Alternatives, he's a young Wall Street flunky. He essentially left Wall Street and he was like, screw this, I don't need to make billions of dollars. I'm gonna do my own thing. And he used the Freedom of Information Law and crosswalked that with maps. And Transportation Alternatives then turned around and had a web map that you could then see this information. And that became at the core of his argument, is that we should be able to use these data sets to make sure that our neighbors are safe, that we are safe. And then there's a whole cast of other characters that have come. Joel Natividad somewhere, I don't know if Joel's in the room here, but he's here at this conference. He had a nonprofit, a for-profit on Todia. He was an early Big Apps winner who became a huge advocate. I mean, there was a whole Big Apps competition program that really was the undercurrent. The stuff that was going on in DC was very helpful. We had the Obama White House and the Open Government Initiative, and they were more or less demonstrating. And there was a national effort to essentially transform data operations. And that general cover went directly against the negative voices in New York City and gave us the air cover to at least get the open data law passed. And if you read the open data law as it was first, it was a temporary law. It would sunset. So if it didn't work, bye. And that's something that Adrian and the CTO team and Amin Ra early on said, hey, we should change this. Any other stories?
I'll just layer on that there's policy and there's policy implementation. So passing the open data law was absolutely instrumental. As I mentioned earlier, I don't think open data would be where it is without that law. And being able to write an email with the subject line, open data compliance, overdue, caps locks, things like that, very helpful, I have to say. But on the implementation side, I still remember when I first joined city government and having, a few folks not super pleased with where open data was at, we might say. It was extremely helpful to have good government groups, advocates, come and say what was wrong and really keep sending emails, keep picking up the phone. And I vividly remember being brought into a room and first meeting Noel, Dominic Morrow, Jesse Braden, and folks, you had a list of all of the things that needed to be fixed. And it was like, great, let's go fix them. So that was extremely helpful. And not just kind of moving on to the next thing after the open data law was passed, but keeping your eye on what's happening as the administration changes, extremely helpful. And then I think internally, a lot of folks over at what was Do It at the time. So, I mean, some of the first folks I worked with were Albert Weber, Raf Pocasangre, so just folks kind of deeply embedded in the IT agency at the time who had relationships and had a spreadsheet of names and just kind of kept the whole thing moving. So, I mean, lots of people behind the scenes, all the open data coordinators, and people who just kept things moving, and people who also kept saying this should be better, this could be better, made a huge difference.
One more thing I remember was when we first did it, nobody wanted to have a suggestion information. The agencies did not want to be suggested to, but we got it in. There was absolutely, do not tell us anything. We finally got it in. I think it was Noel that insisted on it.
I don't know. There were too many good. I also want to point out that in this historical conversation of open data, we leveraged work that had already been established. So the city has the Commission on Public Information and Communication, COPIC. Apparently, I'm a COPIC member. We've only met once, though. It's chaired by the public advocate. Gail, in her former life, helped push for COPIC when the city's charter got rewritten. They maintained the data directory that Zachary mentioned, the 1993 data directory, and all of that case law, including the Freedom of Information Act and the Freedom of Information Law, all set the precedents for us to get the open data. So every time we were advocating for this practice to be modernized, and they said, oh, we can't do that. We said, but you've already done it. Because here's where, Gail and her peers had already fought that battle just a decade beforehand. All right, next question. Clear water bottle and then blue water bottle. And any other questions that are out here? All right, and then we got to go to Rachel here. All right, and then here.
All All right, thank you, and thank you all so much for the panel. I'm curious, how has the Open Data Project, since it started, as it's evolved, impacted hiring procedures, both for kind of city government, city agencies, and for the MTA?
I could say, at least for the MTA, I feel like Open Data has been a really helpful recruiting tool for us. We've definitely been able to use it to get better analysts and people who are excited to work at the MTA. We had recently, we had board week this week, and one of our board members made a comment about like a fear of open data is that there's going to be kids in their basement who are 15 years old looking at data and making wrong conclusions. And I'm like, that's exactly what we want. Is I want that kid in the basement working with MTA data and then coming to work with us. So yeah, I think it's been super positive in that aspect. I don't know if that's quite what you were asking, but in terms of recruiting good people who are excited to work here, it's been great.
All right, so Open Data, huge on it. I think it's a great way to highlight a lot of the problems that we're seeing. Sometimes it can be difficult to highlight the operational change that is led by the highlighting of the problems. So the Open Data will allow people to see what's happening. Can you give some examples or ways in which to highlight to the general public and people abroad how, because the impact is often in small little jumps that you can't always see. Is like the pothole blitz, it's great and everyone sees the problem getting resolved, but a lot of the work that is put into this, it's small little steps that lead to major changes. So maybe highlight what ways they can help to explain to a lot of the general public on how this is impacting them day to day.
I mean, I think one of the ways is through programs like this. The fact that we have all of these people gathered here and thousands more throughout this week and for the last 10 years, and all the visibility that Open Data Week has given to the open data programs across the city. I think there's also this idea of some people, when they think about open data, the idea is like everyone must be using the data sets themselves. But there are so many groups that create different projects, tools, advocacy campaigns that are powered by this data that people can take advantage of. And the work that goes into that and the attention those garner is another way of just underscoring the importance of this public information. I think one of the most salient examples for me is always around like housing and real estate, where you have everyone from real estate developers, landlords, construction unions, tenant advocates using the same data sets essentially to each advance their particular positions. But the fact that we have this common reservoir of information about the city that's shared across all of these interests is really remarkable.
From a civil liberties perspective, you know, all the lawyers who came into the room were able to leverage the data that was being published on the Open Data portal to like not necessarily fight for FOIL access, because stop, question, frisk data was just very plainly available. Like you can see that the police department was disproportionately targeting black and brown bodies in those historically lower income neighborhoods time and time again, even after they were forced to be transparent. We've seen it with the cycling crackdown. Like you can see the type of enforcement where you look at why are cyclists being really persecuted for breaking the law and drivers are not being persecuted. In some of the other stories, you know, the work that Gail and her team did around getting City Bike rollout. City Bike has to be transparent about the maintenance data that's on there. Now, it's not open data law, but they have to be reporting out. And very early on, we could see after Hurricane Sandy that a number of bikes were not being put back into the system, and Streets blog would essentially be on the beat, and then that would be taken up to like the New York Post as like, look at the crazy thing that these bikers are like asking us to have out on the street, and they're not even out there. And then it gets picked up by the New York Times, and the next thing you know, there's a city council hearing because it's in the New York Times, an actual legitimate news organization, and then City Bike is then forced to address the issue. And so So if you listen to Hellgate, if you listen to FAQ NYC, if you read Gothamist, WNYC, like if you follow the news stories, you hear the journalists talking about the issues, and they're talking about data, and those data sets that they're talking about and the issues that they're literally painting the picture of the issues inside of the city are all up on the Open Data portal. I wish that they would just say, thank you, Gail Brewer, for passing the city's Open Data law.
I just want to say one more thing about the history, which is one other way we did it was that at that time, the real estate industry always seemed to get data, where the public and the community did not. And so we were able to say, listen, the rest of the world needs to have this data for free because the real estate gets it for free, and then they sell it to their constituency. And that seemed totally wrong. Tenants and anybody else didn't have. So that was another, to answer your question, how did you get it passed, was another way to do it. Now today, 2026, we have a little budget crisis. And so people are calling me and saying, Gail, another way to raise revenue is to take the data that's free, make it more understandable for the public, and sell it. So I'm just letting you know whether that's right or wrong, but that's another aspect of what's being discussed.
Senator Gutierrez mentioned that in her opening remarks, that they're doing the same thing at the state. They're saying, let's privatize the data. And the irony is, that's where we stood when we got the Open Data Law passed. Pluto, how many of you have used Pluto, the data set Pluto? All right, good. It's not just a planet, and yes, it still is a planet. It's a really cool data set. The city's Open Data Law was really targeted to liberate Pluto from the real estate industry. And I'm going to give the last question to Rachel over here.
Apologies for a request in the form of a question, but it is my job as an advocate. Wouldn't it be great if the City Council held an oversight hearing on open data now that we have a new mayor, to see exactly what their plans are for this transformative, amazing program? Wouldn't it be great, Gail?
We will do that, Rachel.
But can I add, yes, can we also just figure out how to make sure that the yoke of open data liberation isn't resting on the amazing open data team, but instead on the commissioners that should be responsible for liberating the data? So yeah, we can move to GovOps instead of the technology committee.
We'll do a joint hearing.
I think just this came up, I think Councilmember Brewer, you were saying this when we first started, talking about the idea of having data being part of the hearings, not just for open data, but across everything that the City Council touches. And while I'm always happy to talk about open data and the work we're doing and the plans that we have, I think the question is always, with these 3,000 data sets, each of them comes from a city agency that has some process that data represents. And having that be something where there's more discussions, I think, is always incredibly helpful as well.
With that, we are over time.
Very brief.
Wait, hold on. But I'm just gonna say, Lisa, thank you. Adrian, thank you. Zachary, thank you. Gail, thank you. Martha, thank you. Thank you all for attending. There's the party hat. There's actually a really funny photo from back in the day. When do we need to take this photo? Now? Okay. Okay, you see the man with the funny hat in the back? That's Duncan. He's one of the two that has helped put this whole thing together. So thank you, Duncan. Now Zachary has a very special announcement.
Yeah, I don't have a funny hat yet, but I do have a prop. And for those of you who were here for the keynote this morning, I'm sorry that this may seem very familiar. But I know one person who was not here for that keynote this morning, but was here and was without this person, we would not have Open Data Week. And if there's a way to honor a day that was the passage of the city's open data law by having a week, then we can certainly honor a week with thank you. That's amazing, emceeing thank you. With a day. I'm going to read this out because it's really cool. Whereas meaningful government accountability and transparency are prerequisites to an administration that truly delivers for residents of the 5 boroughs. To accomplish this goal, it is crucial that all New Yorkers be empowered with the knowledge and skills to use data sets for gaining access to and properly utilizing information on everything from traffic conditions, restaurant inspections, and crime statistics to trees planted, snow plowed, and streets paved. That is why the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics and BetaNYC, a civic organization dedicated to improving lives through civic design, data, and technology, partnered in 2017 to co-found the New York City Open Data Week Festival in celebration of the passage of 2012's Open Data Law. Whereas my team and I are committed to ensuring that every resident of our metropolis can benefit from the added transparency of information by bringing together activists, entrepreneurs, public servants, teachers, and tens of thousands of New Yorkers, including civic technology leader Adrian Schmoker, formerly the city's deputy chief analytics officer at the Mayor's Office of Data Analytics in El Hidalgo, executive director of the civic tech nonprofit BetaNYC, to share with, learn from, and celebrate the wealth of data that the city is legally mandated to publish by default. Since then, the Open Data team, now part of MODA at the New York City Office of Technology and Innovation, has worked with agencies and their open data coordinators to identify, structure, document, and publish this information, resulting in, as of March 2026, more than 6.3 billion rows of publicly available data. Whereas New York is proud to be a leader in providing our residents with the best possible access to public data and information, which we believe is critical to creating a better and stronger future for the 5 boroughs. Through the work of MODA and OTI and the invaluable contributions of individuals and community partners, we are advancing our vision of open data for all and ensuring that all people can better access important data sets and use them to help drive our city's progress. Now, therefore, I, not me, Zohran Kwame Mamdani, Mayor of the City of New York, do hereby proclaim Saturday, March 28th, 2026, in the City of New York as Open Data Week Day. Thank you, Adrian, and thank you, Noel, for bringing all of us together for the last 10 years.
No problem. Thank you for attending. Thank you for being dedicated civil servants and community members. I want to give a huge thanks again to our ASL interpreters who are going to go ice their hands. We are now ending the day, and I'm giving the microphone back to Martha.
Thank you for those who've been joining us via the live stream. Very sorry that you're not going to be able to join us for this next part, which is let's go party and celebrate 10 years. Woo!
Beth Novak. She worked for Obama.